Good morning, everyone. Oh, Aileen, can you pass me the oath and all that, please? Good morning, everyone. I would like to call this meeting to order. At this time, I would like to acknowledge that we meet on the traditional land of Treaty 6 territory and acknowledge the diverse indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, such as Cree, Dene, Soru, Blackfoot, Nakota Sioux, as well as Métis and Inuit, now settlers from around the world. And I will do a roll call of council members. Councillor Wright.
Good morning.
Councillor Knack.
Good morning.
Councillor Principe.
Good morning.
Councillor Stevenson.
Good morning.
Councillor Paquette.
Good morning.
Councillor Tang.
Good morning.
Councillor Hamilton.
Good morning.
Councillor Rutherford.
Good morning.
Councillor Salvador.
Good morning.
Councillor Cartmel.
Good morning.
Councillor Rice.
Good morning.
And Councillor Jans.
Good morning.
All right, so everyone is here. And next is adoption of the agenda. Councillor Hamilton.
I'll move that the October 3rd, 2022 City Council meeting agenda be adopted with the following changes. The addition of 7.1, jurisdictional scan of police funding, 7.2, Edmonton Police Service revised funding formula and related policy, and replacement attachment or report for items 9.1, intergovernmental attachment, additional information, and item 10, motions pending.
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton and Rutherford. Please vote.
I'm a yes.
We have all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Approval of the minutes. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I will move the adoption of the minutes from the September 12th, 2022 City Council meeting, the September 13th, 2022 City Council public hearing, and the September 14th, 2022 City Council non-regular meeting.
Second.
Second by Councillor Rice. Please, any errors or omissions on the minutes? Seeing none, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Protocol items. I have one. Here we go. Today, I have the pleasure to introduce our new City Hall school teacher, Marcel Semaniak. Marcel has been an Edmontonian her whole life. She graduated from the campus St. Jean at the University of Alberta with a Bachelor's of Education in 2014 and went on to teach in French immersion elementary classrooms with Edmonton Public Schools for 8 years. During this time, she attended Inquiring Minds site schools 7 times, including 3 visits at City Hall School, which is one of the Inquiring Minds sites in Edmonton. After being a student participant and a teacher participant in the Inquiring Minds program, Marcel is thrilled to now have the opportunity to take on the role of a City Hall school teacher. Each week, grade 1 to 9 students from schools across Edmonton make City Hall their classroom. City Hall School is an important part of the curriculum as students learn about the values such as citizenship, the environment, and social responsibility in a hands-on, interactive environment that extends beyond 4 walls of a classroom. Their experiences give students a richer understanding of city services and provide an opportunity for them to explore the complexity of issues that affect our growing city. For many of them, the experience they have here is their first real-life opportunity to see how democracy works, to understand how decisions are made at our city, and to see that they have a role to play in building Edmonton. By encouraging young people to be engaged in their community, City Hall School prepares them to become responsible, active community members as adults. So, Marcel, welcome. And there's no doubt that the students you shape today will have a huge impact on Edmonton's future. Thank you so much for joining. And wish you all the best. We actually saw a class just coming in today, right? So, yeah. Okay. All right. Any other protocol items? Okay. Seeing none. Something is wrong with my system. Here we go. All right. Select items for debate. Select items for debate. Consular Stevenson,
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll select 7-1 and 7-2, please.
7-1, 7-2. Consular Wright,
Thank you. I'll take 7-3 and 7-4, please.
7-3, 7-4. Consular Cartmel,
Thank you. 6-1, please.
6-1. Consular Hamilton,
I'll select 9-1 and 9-2.
9-1, 9-2. Okay, those are the items selected for debate. Vote on the reports not selected for debate. Can someone move, please, to vote on the rest? Councillor Rutherford?
So moved.
Councillor Rutherford, need a seconder.
Second.
Councillor Wright? Okay, all right, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Madam Clerk, can you please read back
Thank
to us
you.
what we have approved?
Thank you. This morning, City Council has approved the following 3 reports. 7.5, Cybecker Brownfield Grant. 7.6, Sale of Ogilvy below market value. Sale of land below market value and grant funding Ogilvy Ridge. And 7.7, possible municipal property tax relief, affordable housing services.
Thank you. Request to speak none. Request for specific time on the agenda. There is a request to have 7.1 and 7.2 to be
Sure. I'll move
Councillor
those.
Stevenson.
I'll move that we hear those items as first and second items at 1:30 PM.
Okay.
Second.
Need a second. Councillor Knack seconded that. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Vote on bylaws not selected for debate. Councillor Cartmel.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I'll move first reading of item 8.1.
Second.
Second by Councillor Rice. Please vote.
We're just waiting for 1:13. We've got all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move second reading of item 8.1.
Second.
Second by Councillor Rice. We have a first reading on the floor. Anyone to speak?
No, we have second reading. on
Oh,
the
sorry.
floor,
So,
Mayor Sohi.
ready for 3 readings. Okay. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move consideration of third reading of item 8.1.
Second.
Second by Councillor Rice. Please vote for consideration.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move third and final reading of bylaw 20150.
Second.
Second by Councillor Rice. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Consular inquiries. Yep. Yep. Councillor Rutherford.
Sorry, I just have to pull it up.
Aileen, do you have them available?
They're in the chat.
Okay, thank you. So I have 3 inquiries today. The first inquiry, can administration provide a memo with the following information? A breakdown of family and community support services, FCSS funding decisions, and changes to the 2023-2025 funding cycle from previous funding for senior centers and any senior support programs. My second inquiry is, can administration provide a memo with the following information? A breakdown by organization of current and future funding allocations to support seniors through City of Edmonton grants, as well as any proposed changes to grants from the city for senior centers in the 2023-2026 budget cycle. And my third inquiry is, can administration provide a memo with the following information? Any facility condition assessments, maintenance costs incurred for the Northwest Edmonton Senior Society facility, as well as any official correspondence related to facility condition or funding that is available going back 10 years.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Any more inquiries? See none. Reports to be dealt with at a different time? No. Request to reschedule reports? None. Unfinished business? We do have one. That's 6.1, right? Yep. It says none, but we do have that. Okay. All right, Madam Clerk, just a quick procedural thing. The item 7.2 will deal at 1:30, and the desire would be to have a presentation, then one round of clarifying questions. We'll deal with that at 1:30, or should we deal with it now?
So council's already approved item 7.1 to be first item at 1:30 and
Yeah.
7.2 second item at 1:30. So
Okay.
that decision's already been made.
Okay. So we'll refer the 7.2 be referred to a next meeting. We'll deal with that when we get to that item.
Yes, if
Okay,
you
got
refer it now, there'd be nothing to talk
Got
about
it.
at
Okay, good.
1:30.
All right, thank you. Okay, now we are at our first item on the agenda, which is facility naming and sponsorship agreement, Clearview Community Recreation Center. This was extensively discussed at the Community and Public Services Committee, and I'll go to Councillor Cartmel to introduce the item, because this wasn't, no decision was made.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. So, as you mentioned, there was a considerable amount of conversation at committee concerning some of the finer details should this sponsorship agreement be approved. We were able to hear from speakers. We did ask a round or two of questions of administration before we ran out of time at committee. There was a desire from some councillors to discuss the private attachment and the information contained within that private attachment. So I suppose that would be the next step if that desire is still there. I'm happy to put the recommendation on the floor and move that to start the conversation. And I also wonder from an agenda management perspective if we wait and handle this with the other private items on the agenda, if there's still a desire to speak in private.
Can you move, you move in your
So
recommendation?
I'll move the motion that's in the report, and I can pull that up and read that.
Okay, and need a seconder?
Second.
Second by Councillor Tang. So there, motion on the floor. We did have extensive conversation, so I just want to get a sense from, do we need to go to private to have this discussion? I don't see anyone saying that we need to go into private, so any questions on this in public? We have a motion on the floor.
Would you like us to read that out for the record?
Yeah, please do. Yeah.
I can read it.
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you, Councillor Cook.
So I will move as follows, that the agreement between the City of Edmonton and Canadian Tire Jumpstart Charities is outlined in Attachment 1 of the August 2022 Community Services Report, CS 01200, be approved, and that the agreement be in the form and content acceptable to the City Manager. And 2, that Attachment 1 of the August 2022 Community Services Report, CS 01200, remain private pursuant to Section 24, Advice from Officials, and 25, Disclosure harmful to economic and other interests of a public body of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. This has been seconded by Councillor Tang. Councillor Paquette to speak or questions?
To speak.
Speak. Anyone have any questions? I do have one question, and if Councillor Cartmel, can you? Oh, you're
No, it
you're
needs
the
to-
mover, right? So
Yeah, it needs
who's
to be Councillor Wright.
Councillor Wright.
I'll take the chair.
I just have one question which I did raise with you in my brief private conversation. I want to ask that publicly about when you see the name on the building. Now, when I go by Meadows or Clearview, I see Clearview Meadows in a high font than small fonts. So there's very visible presence and the recognition of the community, right? How would we maintain that? Now, would the company's name will be predominant, or is that something you can negotiate in your conversations with when you pursue that agreement?
I appreciate the question.
Can you move close to the mic, please?
Absolutely appreciate the question. And we had opportunity to also circle back with our particular sponsor, and just to make sure that we were fully aligned. And we saw it as a creative challenge in terms of how best to still achieve the dominance of the city identity as part of the signage, and they concurred. That's not a challenge for them in terms of being able to effectively go through essentially a co-branding of the signage, where both Clearview is still quite dominant in the design and the delivery of it, as well as Jumpstart being able to also get a little bit of community visual recognition in terms of what's happening within the roof as well.
Good, good. That's all I need to know. Thank you so much, and I'll take the chair back. Councillor Stevenson?
Yeah, thank you. Just a few clarifications again. What is the, I apologize, what is the term of the agreement again?
It's 10 years.
10 years. And I think we spoke last time about sort of the advertising value equivalency of the display of that name. And just wondering if there's been any further information on that basis, just in terms of how that compares.
Yeah, so without getting into the specific numbers, what we did is we hired a consultant to do a nationwide environmental scan of the different recreation facilities across Canada, both private as well as managed by municipalities, who have gone down this path prior to us. By no means is this a new type of initiative in that space. So we evaluated spaces such as Service Place, Service Arena in Red Deer, TransAlta Tri-Leisure Centre, the Jamin Aquatic Centre as well in Cochrane and so forth, over 20 facilities across the country, with an understanding of the value of those agreements. And based off of that, that's how that supported the valuation that we came to in terms of what to offer in terms of the best stance at the negotiation table.
And did we look at naming rights at universities, for example, in terms of some of those public institutions, how much it costs, how much you have to donate to get naming rights?
We didn't go down the path of universities. We kept it very specific to our use case of recreation facilities and centers and leisure centers and so forth that we found to be the most directly applicable to our approach. But no, we didn't.
And again, maybe not speaking to the specific amount, but what's the plan for the revenue?
So we're still significantly behind on revenues. In rec facilities, we're only about 89% of where we were pre-pandemic. And when council approved this in 2020, it was on the assumption, so those revenues were built into our budget. So we're still trying to achieve the budgeted revenues that these name sales will support.
So it would just be to address that deficit. It wouldn't be for any new programming or...
Well, in this case, we're working with Jumpstart on not only the naming rights and the revenue for that, but their presence in the building, expanded programming. We've expanded our after-school programming. They have the free after-school programming. We've really bumped up in Clearview based on the motion for council this year. So it would go into the branch revenues, but certainly Jumpstart would want to be a partner and have a presence in the building and some of the programming that they support.
Okay. And is there, is that additional support contingent on the naming rights? Or are they interested in being a partner regardless?
We've had a long outstanding relationship with Jumpstart over, I would say, a decade in duration plus. So we intend to continue that relationship with Jumpstart in a number of different ways. This would mean a significant reduction in revenue if the naming element of this relationship wasn't realized. However, our intentions would be to continue the different types of initiatives that we can to increase access to kids and youth and marginalized groups to recreation and sport, working with Jumpstart.
Okay, and maybe just for context, what is the overall revenue of our rec centers?
Pre-pandemic, we were at 71 million, and right now we're budgeting for 55 million this year.
Okay, thanks. That helps put things in perspective. Those are all my questions.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Jans, to speak or questions?
To speak.
Okay, Councillor Salvador, speak or questions?
To speak.
Okay, all right, so we'll go into, that concludes all the questions now on this item, and we're going into speaking. Councillor Paquette, you're first.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this is not something that I would normally contemplate or entertain. However, there have been letters of support from the community and from local organizations, sports organizations, things like that. And part of it is because of the goodwill that Canadian Tire has engendered in the community, namely the Jumpstart Park being one of the more obvious examples. And, this was really part of the pandemic planning, even contemplating this. And so because the community is in support, and because, while it's not a lot, one of the attendant benefits obviously is that Canadian Tire, we've opened the door a little bit further for them to participate in helping the community. And usually the youth who are participating in that programming are youth who actually don't have a lot of other options, a lot of other things to do. So this is actually really kind of fantastic. And again, so like I said, because I would normally not contemplate this, but because of all of the other reasons that were also debated in committee, I will be supporting this. I do have my concerns, absolutely, 100%. And if one were to be ideologically pure, they wouldn't even go this route. But the case makes sense as a bit of a pilot to see how it goes. And Mr. Mayor, because of your questions about how the prominence of the name would look, I think that this might be an okay thing to take a look at, to try out, and see if this actually benefits the city and benefits the community. So, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Who's next? I don't see the list. I think it was Councillor Jans.
Thank you. So, yeah, I've not been pleased about this initiative to name public assets after private companies or private charities. I think that As was clear in the debate at committee, this was a initiative that happened during COVID. We collectively thought the world was ending. It was 2020. We had no idea what was going on, and council at the time was working through really tough austerity measures, trying to get to a 0% tax increase. And this was one of the pieces that was floated to try and raise revenue. So it's unfortunate that there's a number of pieces here that bother me, but fundamentally, public taxes go to public benefit, and when people pay their taxes and they see that it goes towards a public recreation center, public roads, public transit, that's really important, and they see that connection. And when there's the perception out there now that, Jumpstart may have paid half the cost of this rec center, Jumpstart may have paid a contribution. Somebody doesn't know that when they're going to swim. They don't know that it was they don't know the details of the contract. They just see, oh wow, Rexall Coliseum, Rexall must have paid a lot of money for that. And what we're talking about here is really not a lot of money. And in fact, I can think of other examples, but I think there's still in camera and confidence where, the city ourselves, we've paid big money to sponsor other events or other functions in the community. Why? Because we want to advertise the Edmonton brand. We think the Edmonton brand is important, or we think the city's reputation is important. So it's not even so much the ideological purity here as much as the price, that we would be embarking on a path to sell 5 rec centers at $450,000, which is a rounding error in the grand scheme of our city budget. That's really concerning to me. I saw this all the time at elementary schools, where sometimes the most vulnerable kids were kind of held hostage to, well, if you don't accept the Coca-Cola billboard, you're not going to get the basketball jerseys, or you're not going to get the benefit here. And I see that as there's a certain, it doesn't sit well with me how, we ask ourselves, wow, these kids who need the most don't have the most. And then the solution here is, we sell off our name, and we can argue about what's in a name, but I think it's really, I think it's, we're better just to keep focusing on public programs for public benefit. I don't like the precedent that this sets. This is endemic of a failure of justice and equity in our society, that we're having to go to charities for companies who I'm not sure are a living wage employer or not. I don't know, to make up the gaps, because we don't truly have an accessibility implementation throughout our society. So that concerns me. This is why we pay our taxes. This is investing in us. This is truly something that we will hold in common. And I do worry about the slippery slope here, about naming of parks, naming of councillors, naming of everything else down the line. You start with the rec centers, and that just bothers me. So there never will be enough money for folks who are saying, oh well, it's $450,000. That'll make a huge impact tomorrow. There never will be. We can always find one more instance of well, why don't we sell the naming rights to this, or why don't we advertise on every single vehicle that we can? Or there's never going to be, there's this constant race to the bottom, and at some point we have to draw a line and just say this is not okay, and this is not what we want for our community and our children, and this is why we invest together. And truly, if it's whoever the partner are, if they really want to give back to the kids, they could do so without the naming rights. The naming rights is a bridge too far, and I appreciate the efforts of administration in trying to bring this forward as per the direction of council, but we have to stop somewhere, and this is just doesn't sit well with me. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Just before I go to other council members.
But what is public that was shared was the $450,000 for the 5 rec centers. That was shared at committee in public.
So that part that's what you're referring to?
Yes.
Okay, got it. And that was shared, right?
Yeah, that was included in the 2020 report.
Okay, got it. Okay, good. Okay. Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'll just start by saying, obviously, the city's facing tough economic times, and I understand why selling naming rights might be of interest to help address that, especially in the early days of COVID. Council directed administration to look into this in October 2020, which is understandable. However, our brand has value too, and that's part of how we deliver, services and build civic pride. And the understanding that the city delivers important amenities is part of that. Walking into the Clearview Rec Center and seeing this world-class recreation amenity as something that the city delivers leaves a powerful impression in the minds of community members and visitors. And I've been asking myself, is that something that we can afford to give up? Is that something that is worth the agreement before us? And I'm not so sure. This is one way that people see their taxes at work. This is how they see that it's the city of Edmonton that's delivering value, and it's about satisfaction and, again, pride in local institutions. So I can't support the recommendation on the floor. I do have some strong hesitations about moving forward with this, but I absolutely appreciate the discussion that was had both at committee and today. So I'll keep it short and sweet, but thanks for the time, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Stevenson?
Yeah, just echoing some of the comments that have come before, I really, really do apologize in terms of all the great work that's gone into this. Jumpstart is the best naming partner that I could think of. They're an excellent charity that has shown their commitment to the community, and if we were to share a name with anyone, again, I have no reservations about them and the work that they do. But as mentioned by my colleagues, it was very different times when this was first contemplated, and I think that our realities have changed. I think understanding that this would mainly be to offset an operating impact, I would suggest it would have effectively negligible or zero impact on that greater financial question, and knowing that funding, instead of for naming rights, could be directed into programs for youth and children who need it in the area. I think that's a much better investment in our community, and something that I think would be a great way to raise the profile of that organization while also providing great benefit in our community as well. So again, I do apologize for the timing. I apologize for all the work that's gone into this and the good work that's gone into this, but I won't be able to support this at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Wright, can you take the chair?
I've got it.
Yeah. I don't think we're selling our assets. We are having a sponsor with a name on it, right? And a sponsor that has such a strong history and presence at Clearview, and provide a lot of good services and programs to the community. My main concern was making sure that Edmontonians still continue to understand and see the prominence of the community name on these buildings, and that's what I've been assured that will be worked through the agreement. Yes, this was decided during COVID. Financial situation was dire and still is. I don't think we are out of the revenue that we are losing because of COVID. There's still people who are reluctant to go to facilities, and we are still losing a lot of revenue because of that shortfall in the revenue because of the drop in the user numbers. So it's going to take some time to recover, and as we get through very difficult budget discussions, we need to find creative ways of raising revenue. And this is one of those ways that we incrementally find different ways. I know it's not a huge amount of money, but every dollar adds. Every dollar will help us do something that we may not be able to do otherwise. I think we need to be open-minded on these ideas. I'm not big on having huge corporate names on buildings, but in this case, my understanding that the balance will be created, that it will continue to take pride and continue to know that these facilities were built with tax dollars, and it will be branding. Everything will be city-related branding on everything, right? Everything else. So I think this is the kind of the right approach to take. I was going to go to Councillor Cartmel to close, but Councillor Rutherford. So Usually the process is that I'm the last one to speak before somebody closes, right? So, but we're flexible, so you want to say a few words?
Councillor
Oh,
Rutherford.
sorry.
And Mayor Sohi, I'll return the chair to you.
Okay. I'll take the chair back. Honestly, I've been strict on this rule to other council members. Yes, I have been. And I'm going to go to Councillor Cartmel to close. I remember I did not allow Councillor Rice to speak twice under these circumstances, so I'm going to follow that rule. So, sorry.
I don't want to challenge the chair, but I will if I have to on this.
Yep, if you,
Because I think that there is no rules in our bylaws that the chair speaks last and then the closer.
that's the practice.
Point of order.
Just hold on, Councillor Rice. I need a clarification from Madam Clerk on what the rules are.
There is no written rule in your bylaw that the chair is the last person to speak. It's actually usually the mover of the motion that's the last person to speak. It has been your practice that.
That has been my practice, and I think that has been the practice of previous councils as well. That's my going back to my 8 years on council.
I will concede, but I did not know that was the unwritten rule.
Yeah.
So,
Okay. No, I appreciate.
and then my question would be, what if we wanted to counter some of the comments that you made?
Yeah, I think we will follow with the clerk. We need a
Okay.
policy or what we need. Okay.
Okay.
Good. Councillor Rice?
Thank you. Just want to say the point, and then if your practice and is consistent, that will be highly respected.
Good. Okay,
in
good.
the
Thank
chamber.
you.
Thank you.
All right. I'll go to Councillor Cartmel to close.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Appreciate some of the apprehensions of my colleagues. I would just perhaps point out that this is not unprecedented. The convention center used to carry the name Shaw on a sponsorship. Within the Terwillegar Rec Center, at least 2 of the ice surfaces carry a sponsorship tag. So this is not particularly new. I would echo Mayor Sohi's comments that the idea that on this subject we are somehow out of the financial crisis that COVID presented us seems to run counter than the conversations we've been having on our budget conversations. So I find that curious. The way I follow the path of finances here is that Mr. Jevney's responsibilities have just had a potential increase in revenue by X amount of dollars. And those dollars can then go to further support programming or maintenance of the buildings that contain the programming or other such things. So I think that particularly over the next few months and next few years, we're going to have to contemplate a lot more partnerships, because we are not going to be able to do what our constituents want all by ourselves. There is just not enough resources, and there's a lot of demands. So you may argue that these are trifling amounts, but it all adds up, and it all adds up in the other direction as well. This particular sponsor was solely responsible for establishing Jumpstart Park in Northeast Edmonton, all by themselves. Yeah, there's a name on the front of the park, but they put all the money in. And this is a good partner. They're doing good work, and they are particularly doing good work for those members of our community that are potentially underprivileged and don't see those same opportunities as, say, some other neighborhoods might, where playgrounds are more readily built, as an example. So I think this sponsor is one worth endorsing. I think this is a good agreement. I think it meets a lot of our needs. It might not be ideal, but we live in less than ideal circumstances. So I strongly urge my colleagues to support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Sorry. Display the votes, please. It is carried. Okay?
That's the kids.
Yes.
They're waiting.
Yes. All right. We have with us today class grade 6 from Rutherford School in Ward Metty, and joined by teacher Amy McAcheron with us. Thank you so much for joining us. Welcome to City Hall. Are you going to stay around? Watch the proceedings, or are you going to go back to studying?
The second half of the class will also be visiting you soon, sir.
Okay, all right. Thanks, bye. So that is 6.1, 7.1, 7.2 are time specific. Our next item is 7.3, temporary positions within the city of Edmonton. This was exempted by Consular right? Yep. And is there a presentation from administration? Yeah, please go ahead.
Good morning, Council. Good morning, Your Worship. I'm joined today by two folks I believe you've met, but I'll just introduce them, Branch Manager Zarski and Director Fairbank. So I'm pleased to introduce you to the temporary positions within the City of Edmonton Council report. At Council 3 months ago, we discussed our temporary employees and committed to returning to you with additional information in relation to some of the questions you asked us, as well as an update on our progress. The report provides a comprehensive overview of the work completed to date, and I will summarize key highlights for you. We're committed to providing a positive employee experience for all city employees, regardless of role or employment status. And like you, we recognize our temporary and seasonal employees have a vital role in making Edmonton a great place to live, work, and play. Also, like you, we believe they should be compensated fairly and equitably for their work. At the same time, we're accountable to Edmontonians for making the best use of public resources, and we are attempting to balance these two critical responsibilities. The majority of our temporary employees provide frontline season-specific services, such as lifeguarding and snow removal. It's also important to keep in mind that most large, complex organizations in both the public and private sector utilize temporary workers to supplement their permanent workforce as a way to manage fluctuations in work cycles and related demand for services. We did speak briefly to you before, and the report speaks extensively about the temporary and seasonal workforce review. A quick recap, there are 4 streams of work. Stream A assesses the employment status of positions to accurately reflect the operational requirements of the work. Stream B will develop a methodology to capture resource capacity and enable leaders to better understand and communicate the capacity of the work they can execute on. Stream C is the development of a workforce planning toolbox to support workers, leaders, in making data-driven decisions, and Stream D, which will optimize our hiring processes and specifically rebuild processes for recall, new seasonal hiring, and onboarding. As detailed in the Council report, the majority of the temporary and seasonal workforce review project team's focus over the past 3 months has been Stream A and D. Before I get into positions and numbers, I'd like to describe some of our engagement activities with our employees. In order to understand what the real challenges and opportunities are, we reached out to the people who know best, our temporary and seasonal workers. Because every employee has their own lived experiences and unique employment journey with the city, we've been going out to work sites to hear straight from the temporary and seasonal workers. As of September 27th, my staff has held 37 sessions, as early as 6 in the morning and as late at 10 at night, at work sites across the city, including cemeteries, recreation centers, golf courses, the zoo, parks, roadway yards, and the Waste Management Center. To date, we've heard from approximately 350 employees about how they are experiencing their employment at the city, and we have 16 more sessions scheduled in the next couple of weeks. The number one theme we heard is how much they love their jobs and working for the city. They're also very open about the challenges they're facing, particularly around onboarding, lack of benefits, and an inability to plan ahead for recurring roles. These insights are incredibly valuable to us, and what we've heard will factor into recommendations that stem from this work. I also want you to know that our union partners are being kept up to date with this work and are welcome to join any session. We've made strong progress over the past few months. As of September 30th, we've reviewed approximately 4,800 temporary assignments spanning 2021, and you see the details of those findings in the report. I want to highlight that as a result of this review and analysis, 101 temporary assignments have been converted to permanent positions. To date, 27% of the 230 temporary reoccurring assignments identified in this analysis with the duration of 11 months or more have been converted to permanent, 27%. And over the next 6 months, we'll complete our assessment of the remaining recurring assignments with a duration of 11 months or more to identify other positions that could be converted to permanent. In addition, we will review more than 1,000 seasonal assignments to see what opportunities there are to match positions between different seasons to create full-time permanent positions. All of this work includes a financial analysis to understand cost impacts of these conversions. As I briefly mentioned, we've also made good headway on Stream D, having identified areas of focus and spoken with managers and supervisors who hire temporary employees. The team has done a lot of work on redesigning the development of recall lists, and what we've heard from employees in our focus group sessions will be very helpful in making improvements to our onboarding and offboarding processes. I hope this report provides a clear picture of what we've done to date and the work ahead. We have listened to the questions you've asked us and done our best to include responses in this report, such as a more detailed demographic breakdown, additional information on pensions and benefits, and more detail in relation to the nature and types of temporary assignments at the city. We're pleased to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you so much for the presentation, and this was exempted by Consular Wright, so I'll go to her for questions.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for the comprehensive report, I think. And, you know, in the event that council would want to consider any bylaw changes or whatever, it's good to have this information available. I do have some concern. The majority of constituent inquiries that I receive do relate to city operations, so waste services, parks and roads. And I'm glad to see that work's been done in, with like ATU, with the bus cleaners, who is it, Reputation and Brand, and Service Innovation as well. But I do want to focus on waste services and parks and roads. With waste services, as I understand it, when I met with some of the employees out there, was the concern when there was the layoffs, and even maybe for a 3-week period, that there was a lot of overtime paid to other employees. Do you have any dollar figure on what overtime is paid during those periods of layoff?
I don't, and I do believe someone from operations is here. I'm not sure. Oh. Dennis, are you able to answer that?
Not the specific amount at this time.
Okay, but there would be, I don't know, a significant, substantial amount of overtime paid?
So the majority of our 11-month rotational positions have been converted to permanent. So the only ones that we have now that remain in temporary positions are those that are seasonal in nature or transition in work type. And so if in fact there are delays that cause overtime, they're not significant because many of our positions that used to be part-time in what we call our pod system have been converted to full-time positions.
Okay, but when they were, you know, the 11-month contract and people were being laid off, I'm just wondering if the report talks about, what is it, $400,000, I think, to cover benefits for those newly permanent employees. would that then offset some of those extra costs that were paid in overtime?
I think conceptually, yes.
Okay.
Right? Because there wouldn't be that overtime impact.
Okay. So, yeah, so we're not behind the 8 ball here, we're kind of even with expenses. Okay, awesome. And then because of those concerns related to the city operations, I'm wondering if maybe some of that is because of these temporary positions in both waste services and parks and roads? Like, were employees maybe not, well, with the breaks in service, I'm wondering if that led to some of the problems. Not having enough staff to like manage with the snow and ice, not to have the equipment on the roads.
So specific to PARS, I believe we have an employee here, Caitlin. Is Caitlin present who can respond?
I can speak to that as well. Sorry.
Thank you.
Craig, sir, the question, do you mind just repeating that one more time? Around the snow and ice positions and how we adjusted the FTEs?
Well, I'm just wondering if maybe some of the inconsistencies in service directly related to not having the employees on hand to operate equipment.
In general, no. It wasn't so much around a management of how the employees were managed. It was just a quantity. So just the quantity of staff didn't exist in order to achieve the service level. So it was a matter of a quantity, not how they were managed. And so then the additional resources provided, the one-time funding in 2022, we're able to then add resources to better achieve those service levels.
Okay. Because I heard sort of it was when I was out with the snow and ice operators and that it was like there's sort of a standing order for overtime. Just come in and we've got the work for you. I'm just wondering if we had more permanent employees, would we have done a better job of getting that equipment out on the road?
Yeah, maybe I can jump in here. Certainly, with the fact that we had overtime and repetitive overtime for folks in that situation was a product of having lack of staff. It wasn't really the temporary or permanent issue. We were understaffed to supply the service, as we discussed through the snow and ice conversation. So it wasn't really a temporary or permanent worker issue. It was just a volume issue on staffing requirements.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, excuse me, thank you so much, and thanks so much for the work that's been done. Hearing what's going on with the workforce realignment is so exciting. I think it's great news for individual City of Edmonton employees, but also our organization as a whole. And I think the dual classification positions are also really exciting in terms of providing that flexibility as well. Just a few... well, and actually maybe on that theme, I think, there was mention that switching from, temporary to permanent, it might decrease some of the hiring, but it's not really seen as a true cost savings. It just sort of helps with capacity in the organization over time. I think that was noted in the report. So it's not really a tangible cost savings, but it does seem like freeing up that capacity is a real win, even if we don't see it on the balance books.
Yeah, I might just answer that question, Councillor. Just to say, we just want to make it clear that it's not a zero-sum game in terms of if you move those, you save that exact money. We still think it makes sense from an efficiency, from an employment, good for employees, good for us. So what we're saying is, notwithstanding the fact that it doesn't get all paid for by doing that switch, we still think it makes sense, and we'll continue. It's a big win for us for sure.
Oh, perfect. That's great to hear. Yeah, because I think that's absolutely true. I think I just wanted to, so again, I come from having worked in CSU 52. I appreciated the breakdown by department in terms of the number of temporary positions, but I noted that wasn't, there wasn't information about the total employment in those departments as well, because I think that while some departments might have a higher number of temporary positions, the proportion might be greater or at least equivalent in some of the smaller departments as well. Was that analysis looked at?
Right, so you're asking, Councillor, whether we have the proportional representation of temp employees over total FTE in each department. Is that the question? I just want to be clear.
Yeah, so when I see, you know, obviously in community services, 2,000 temporary positions is significantly greater than, you know, 80 in urban planning and economy. But I believe that those departments are quite different sizes overall.
Yeah, we can definitely provide you with the total number of employees in each department. I'm not sure that the information, without taking into context the nature of the work done in the department, would be particularly helpful. And here's what I mean by that. Like in community services, for example, you'll see 1,220 are essentially rec programming and support because that's the nature of the business that they do. Whereas, for example, in financial and corporate services, which has a fair number of employees, there'd be a smaller number of temp assignments based on the work. But we can certainly provide the total number of employees in each department if that's something council would like to see.
And I'm not too worried about the actual number. It's maybe just a nudge towards ensuring that we don't neglect the other departments by virtue of those absolute numbers being small. If the proportions are greater, because I think something that's interesting, again, just from my experience, was looking at sort of the one-time assignments, and I think what can happen sometimes is that they are recurring one-time assignments, if that makes sense. So, for example, IIS needs a project manager for 18 months for a project, and it's true, that's a one-time project, it's a singular project, it's only happening once. But then there's another project that's 18 months. And it's thinking, oh, do we actually just need a permanent project manager who can move from project to project to project? So I think that's a piece that you're doing very thorough work, and just want to make sure that that's part of those discussions as well.
Absolutely. And so I can tell you of the 230 temporary recurring assignments, which I think is what you're referring to, the 11-month plus ones, we have 27% have been converted to perms, 22% are stale positions, so they're no longer active. 10% will remain temporary, and here's the important part, I think, from your question. 41%, so all of the rest of them will be reviewed over the next 3 to 6 months. So every single one of those positions we are going to look at individually to ensure that the position is needed and that it's not one that could potentially be converted to permanent.
Yeah, and again, I think just ensuring that it's, even if it's one time, there might be a pattern. Anyway, thank you very much. Thanks for the work.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi, and thank you so much for this report. Just a few remaining questions. One thing I don't know if I saw, and if it is in the report, just let me know. There was a lot of great information, but it was quite a bit to read through. So, was there any reference, or do we know the difference in the turnover rate from the temporary employees to permanent employees in those same areas? Do we have a sense? You know, is there a higher turnover rate? And that goes back to that. How are we accounting for costs and potential savings by making a change like this?
Give us a couple of seconds to try to find that. We do have some information on the turnover rates, but I'm not sure that we have distinguished between the different types of employees, so give us a couple of seconds.
And maybe it's not so much something I need right now, it's just more the question I ask is that, you know, if we have that data, do we see this turnover 2 times as high for temporary positions versus permanent? And if it is, what is the projected, and I appreciate Mr. Corvold's comment that maybe it's still not a net savings, but I'd like to understand that at some point, but again, not important now, so.
So I'm advised that the turnover rate in the temp employees is close to 0 because at the end of their assignment, it ends. And so I may be missing your question.
Well, so I guess maybe the better way to ask that question is that, you know, I think about, similar to Councillor Wright when I chatted with some snow and ice folks who had been temporary for 7 years, right? But do we lose those recurring temporary workers at a higher rate than you would a permanent worker in the same area? And if we know that, and if we have an understanding of that, how do we then calculate the cost of having to say turnover was 2 times as high for somebody in those temporary positions, how do you account for that, and what does that look like in terms of the work that you're doing?
Okay, so I understand you now.
Sorry, thank you.
That is my fault. So of the, let's say 41% of 230, so let's say 82 people at the city who are in those temporary recurring assignments that have not been converted to permanent and that are not stale. So those 82 positions will all be reviewed within the next 3 to 6 months. And we will be looking to see who's in those roles, you know, why we've got those roles as recurring instead of perms.
Yeah. Okay, that's helpful. Yeah, again, the point I'm just wanting to make sure is that if there is this, and maybe there's not a significant difference, but I got the impression from some conversations that I've had that because there wasn't job stability or a guaranteed point, at some point people will leave to go somewhere else, and that goes back to that overall conversation around training. And if you're losing and you're constantly having to fill those temporary positions, are we actually saving money, or are we spending quite a bit more? So but I hear that's going to be part of the analysis. You're looking at how often that's occurring there versus how often that's occurring from the permanent positions that we have.
I understand what you're asking. It's a very legitimate point. Someone who's in recurring temp assignments might say, hey, a permanent job elsewhere outside of the city is much more attractive. So point taken, and I can commit that we will ensure that that aspect of temporary workforce is included in the analysis in the work we're doing.
That's wonderful. Okay. I think those are all my questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Councillor Knapp. Councillor Tank.
Great, thank you very much. Thank you very much for this work. It was very comprehensive and certainly give me a glimpse of, you know, what does it take to convert these positions, which, you know, isn't as easy as I think ABC, and there's a lot of factors that goes into it. I also want to acknowledge, you know, appreciate the, you know, the letter from the union leaders and all the some back and forth with myself to answer some of those questions. And my colleagues asked a number of these, and I just wanted to, I guess, confirm a few things. That number you had quoted in the report, the 77% at the city for the permanent full-time employment, that's higher than 2018 kind of benchmark, and I'm wondering how does that compare to other public service sectors and other municipalities?
I'm sorry, I don't have that at my fingertips, but I can provide that in a memo to council.
That would be great, actually.
Yes. We'll do some subsequent research. So just so I'm clear, the question is the 77% perm of our entire workforce, how does that compare to other municipalities?
And just other public service sectors, I'm thinking, you know, the province and feds. I mean, obviously the nature of work is very different.
I was just going to say,
federal employees don't pick up garbage and kind of the seasonal nature, but maybe other municipality might be a better benchmark.
I would suggest that it would be a better comparator. Yeah, so I can definitely do
talking me through that.
Some research into that.
I would say, though, that there are some sectors in the provincial government which would be good comparators, such as agriculture and forestry, where there's a big seasonal staff. Same with parks and environment, because there's also lots of. So I think we can take a look at a couple of the different departments, because I think some are useful comparators.
Thanks. Thank you for clarifying that. And I was wondering if you can speak a bit more about students. This came up in the report. And in the past, because I came, out to Edmonton to go to school. I'm very familiar with some of the practicum opportunities in universities, and I was always curious, why don't we have more student opportunities? And one of the feedback, and this is a number of years ago, and maybe things have changed, is that they're seen as competing with unionized positions, and I was glad to see CUPE certainly is supportive of studentship, and I know lots of people that's where they start, and I guess I'm just wondering, is it just limited to summer, or is it practicum throughout the year? Can you just speak to that, and is it easy for post-secondary to kind of really get their students in with the city?
Okay, I would value the opportunity to provide you with additional information on the subject of students by memo. And because we don't have at our fingertips all of the different student programs that we have, but we do have a number of them, including an apprenticeship program. So I think it's a great question, and we have a number of different activities underway in that space. And with your permission, I'd like to have the opportunity to show you some of what we're doing, to showcase some of that work.
So 2 memos now. Okay.
How about one memo with both pieces?
Sounds good.
Okay, deal.
And then, if I heard you correctly, then, the work for the next few months will be then converting some of those recurring 11-month positions, those 90, to see how you might convert those into permanent. Okay, thank you. And kind of just last couple, just in thinking about the demographic of those temporary positions who participated in the survey, was 3,400 out of 4,800. I'm just wondering, like, if when we're converting these positions to permanent, do you have a sense of who is most likely to benefit? Thinking about sort of the GPA plus analysis of that.
The most senior, and so that would be the single most important factor in determining who goes permanent. Seniority.
Seniority will be really considered into that. Okay. Yeah, I guess, just thinking about those, you really highlighted that the vast majority of the temporary positions, are, I imagine, lots of labor involved, white, cis male, et cetera. So that's kind of where I'm going with my questions, like who's most likely to benefit. But I appreciate the point about seniority. Finally, I think I expected to see just a little bit more about that cost-saving analysis, given that that's a pretty significant part of the motion. It was a bit light, I thought, and so if there is more information that might come forward through some of the other questions my council colleagues had, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Rutherford.
Yes, yes, thank you so much. Again, echo my colleagues, there's a lot of really good information here. I think we're on the right track. One of the questions I had, though, was, and this is to Mr. Corbould, what is the plan to kind of keep the city council apprised of this work as it progresses? Because I know we did this motion to kind of get this back, but I don't see any in the report, any further reports coming to council. Is there a plan for, how are you planning to communicate sort of this work as it progresses?
Yeah, Councillor, I would suggest that as we have significant milestones, like we have done in the past, where we converted, several positions, that was significant enough that we wrote a memo to council. I think it would be the same. We know council is interested in this. I think we're very much on the same page in terms of the work we've done and wanting to go there. And so, as we hit significant milestones, I think we would update council.
Would you do a project wrap up at all? Kind of like a. Once the project is, with these stages of the project are complete and that work is, would there be some sort of summary report?
We certainly can do that if it's a preference of council. I think, this is one of those projects, I'm not sure, like, there'll be an end to this phase of it. I'm not sure if it'll ever end.
Yes.
Because we always need to be looking into these things, and I'm sure there's other areas we'll pursue. But yeah, we can absolutely provide an update at the end of the completion of this.
I think so. I think it would be valuable, and if a motion is required for that, then please, let me know. I don't think it is at this point, but.
No, I don't think it is. We can come back with
So I just think there's such great information in here, but there's also a lot of information to still gather to see the impacts of, okay, we did transition these positions. What did that do to, overtime hours, to all, I think there's just a lot of, from a governance level, information that I think at that high level would still really be, for me would be really interesting.
Yeah, we can certainly undertake to do that.
And then I did also want to hone in on the GBA plus piece around this. And I just wanted to know, kind of, to Ms. Armstrong, going forward, what in this process, what kind of GBA work are you doing around kind of the demographic data is showing us that there is a clustering in sort of that 22 to 29, white male, able-bodied, et cetera, heteronormative. Are we planning in any of this work to look at, from a GBA plus, how we diversify our workforce further, even in the temporary realm?
So there's quite a bit of activity going on in the talent acquisition section of the department around, and this isn't specifically focused on the temporary workforce, but I believe it's applicable across the workforce, around things like, do we have barriers to employment that are not actually bona fide requirements of the job that are excluding people from applying? Have we gone out and done targeted recruiting to diverse communities? And there's a unit that's set up to specifically focus on that kind of work. Every hiring manager is required to undergo, and I'm going to call it implicit bias training, to ensure that they have an understanding of the biases that we bring to the table when we're recruiting. So we have a number of different activities going on in that section to try to lead to a more diverse and inclusive workforce, and they're applicable across the city, whether it's a temporary recruitment or a permanent recruitment.
Sure. And then my last question, again, just going forward, I really liked this line in the report that attracting and retaining a diverse group of qualified employees is fundamental to building a great city. And I know right now in the context of the current work environment that there's a worker shortage. So just in this work, is there any kind of contemplation on how we're going to, retain and attract that talented workforce in the context of a worker shortage?
So it's an interesting question, and we've done some close analysis of the number of people, for example, applying to postings at the city. And while we have seen a decrease, it's not a significant decrease. So we're still seeing, for example, in 2022, temporary postings attracting an average of 70 applicants per posting, and permanent roles attracting an average of 80 applicants per posting. So unlike other organizations, and for reasons that may be complicated and probably include what I believe are fairly good benefits and salaries at the city, we've had very good luck at the city with not experiencing challenges akin to other organizations. And I would say the same thing in terms of the quotes, great resignation, that's been talked about quite a bit. Our turnover rates are static at around 5% annually, so we have not seen a significant change in our turnover rates either.
Yeah.
I'm out of time, but
Sorry.
thank you. Very interesting information, and thank you again.
Yeah. Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Paquette?
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Rober, I just wanted to follow up a little bit. You said that, if I recall correctly, that you don't really notice a difference as far as staffing capacity, and that wasn't the issue. I was just wondering if you could expand on that. Oh, maybe Mr. Robar has left the building.
I have not.
No, he's there.
Oh, okay.
I got the last end of that question, not the first.
Oh, yeah. You were mentioning Councillor Wright or Stevenson, it was earlier on, that whether it's permanent or whether it's not, you don't really notice a difference in the ability to staff.
Yeah, so
I think it was Councillor Wright, because he was asking about equipment that wasn't being used.
yeah, the levels of staffing aren't germane to whether it's temporary positions or permanent positions. However, we do agree wholeheartedly that having permanent positions on staff is more attractive for staff, helps employees over time, and those items lead us to a workforce that allows us to have a better product on the road, and allow that kind of our ability to kind of retain employees is significant. So on that end of it, the review that we're doing in this next 6 months, we're about half through that work. We've converted quite a few positions already. Where the next 6 months is focused on kind of reviewing all of those other positions on a temporary basis to make sure that we are making the right decisions on which ones to convert and keep as permanent employees, and converting from those temporary positions to allow us to hold that staffing level at an attractive level. But certainly the amount of people that we need isn't germane to whether it's temporary or permanent. So there is a level of we have these employees in place. Some of them are temporary, some of them are permanent, but that is the staffing level is not associated to whether it's temporary or permanent. It's really about how many people do we need to do the work. Right now, we're doing some of that through temporary positions, but we can look at and we are looking through those positions to say whether or not we would have those positions on a permanent basis or a temporary basis. We've just been doing it differently in the past, and now we're looking at the future, saying there's a better way to do this, and looking at that 1 month turnover of those people who have been here for significant amounts of time, and applying a level of rigor to that allows us to convert those positions to permanent.
Okay, yeah, thank you. That's a great answer. And I'm actually just, what I'm really curious about though is really curious about how that translates to the service the public sees and what they experience.
Yeah, I think for us, there's no doubt that happy employees and well retained employees lead to quality on the street, and we're excited about what that can mean for the city itself as we start to look at those conversions. We've had a lot of success in the past 6 months in that conversion and what it looks like, and we hope to see that translate to the streets as well. So, and looking forward to those conversions in the next 6 months.
Okay, yeah, no, that makes sense, because ultimately we want to have equitable and excellent hiring and employment standards and practices, but we also have a huge responsibility to the public to deliver on the services that they expect. And so if that helps, great. And that's really, if we compare that in the future to this conversation, I think that would be really helpful.
Absolutely.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Rice?
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. And then, if I may, can I put the motion and receive that information first before my question?
Yes. Go ahead.
Okay.
Sorry,
so
is there a
I
seconder
need a
for that?
seconder.
Second.
Second by Councillor Hamilton. Okay. We have a motion on the floor. Councillor Rice, go ahead. You can ask questions now.
Okay, so my first question, and I noticed the ratio between the temporary and the permanent changed and decreased. From that perspective, my understanding is that it's a good sign, it's a positive sign, and is a temporary, the ratio compared to permanent is reduced. So then my question is, what is a healthy ratio? And from employee services perspective between the permanent and the temporary positions? Do we have that standards and cross-country or cross-municipal cities?
So, Councillor, we are committing to Council that we will look at other municipalities and see what their ratio is. I'm very cautious about and not comfortable giving you a direct answer because it really depends on the work that's done. And even when we compare municipality to municipality, if, for example, waste is contracted out in a municipality or transit isn't part of the municipal contingent, we could see fluctuations in the percentages. Okay. So it's really important to compare apples to apples. So I think more relevant for us is that percentage over time.
Okay.
Yeah, and I would just add that as city manager, I wouldn't endorse a ratio policy. It really is the work that drives the need, and that's what we'll look at. Yeah.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. I think that from policy perspective, that makes more sense.
Yeah,
yes.
I think it's interesting to know, and we'll share that information, but what drives it is, we shouldn't be held by a ratio. What drives it is the work and the need, I would say. Yes.
So the next question is about, and based on the data and then the deep analysis here and has been done, from Nancy's nerd perspective, so what is specific program or problem or challenge we are going to resolve, and based on this information? Is there anything and already in mind, or anything based on those data, and we have that trends there, and then, so for example, look at this data set we provided, what we want to use this information to improve certain areas. Is there any?
So the temporary and seasonal workforce project has as its outcomes, for example, there's several of them, making sure that where we are using a recurring 11-month plus temp position, it's being used legitimately, and it's not a position that could be converted to permanent. So one of the outcomes is to convert some temporary positions to permanent. I'd say a related outcome is to ensure that the temporary positions that are not converted, we can sort of hand on heart know that they are required to be temporary for business and operational requirements. Another outcome, which I think is demonstrated by the recent work in snow and ice, is to look at whether we can match 2 half-seasonal or half-year seasonals and create a permanent. So that's a win-win for everyone. We're creating a permanent position. We're not onboarding and offboarding folks. And so that kind of work is another outcome from the project. And I would say in relation to streams B and C, the middle ones, which is the meat of it, which is going to take more time, coming up with methodologies and tools for our leaders across the city to use going forward to ensure, just to put it in simple terms, that they have the right workers, the right employment status workers doing the right work at the right time.
That's wonderful. That is the information I'm looking for. I'm so glad to hear that. And because this is related to my next questions, and because everybody knows the workforce right now is so challenged, we need to have the right people and do the right work and to achieve our outcome. I think my colleagues already mentioned that cost effective as well. And also from efficiency perspective, I think that methodology in place will really helpful. So that's my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Cartmel, can you take the chair, please?
I have the chair.
Thank you. Really good information, and also the information you shared about how many people are actually interested in working for the city for both part-time and full-time, and also the retention rate. I think that really speaks well that Edmonton City is a progressive employer that pays good wages and benefits, right? So I want to follow up on Councillor Rutherford's and Councillor Tank's questions around equity-seeking groups. Yes, the temporary positions do create that opportunity for people to gain that experience from equity-seeking groups, but are they transitioning to full-time jobs, right? And what are the barriers for them to, if they are not transitioning to full-time jobs? That's one question I have.
So just in general terms, you're saying you're a temp worker at the city, you're
like
looking
you're a
for
temp worker,
permanent.
you got some experience with the city, you want to work full-time, right? And there's a whole different process for them to go through that, right? Is there a way to transition them from those temporary to full-time positions if that full-time position is available?
So we would have to follow the rules of a collective agreement.
Is there a way to have conversation with the unions around this, right? Because if collective bargaining is a hindrance for that moving up into full-time positions, then we need to have conversations with the unions about that.
Sure. Yeah.
Because that's not what I hear from them. When I talk to unions, they're open to these ideas because they also want to see diversity in their membership, right? So if I'm encouraged that administration and unions to have that conversation.
So, Mayor, we are absolutely more than happy to have the conversation. Yeah. But there is, I would say, a different perspective from the unions and management on seniority and what that does to limit our ability to do this.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's
the reality is the more senior people in the city administration now are less diverse than the junior people. And so now this is a countrywide problem. I say it's a worldwide problem. We would absolutely love to have a discussion with any union that wants to discuss how we can transform the concept.
This is a priority of Edmontonians. Yeah. Edmontonians gave us a mandate that we need to talk about equity, diversity, and reflection of a workforce of the community, right? And I'm pretty sure unions will be willing to have that conversation. I think we need to pursue that conversation with them.
I would love to have the conversation with the unions about how we can consider adjusting seniority in light of that need. Yeah. But I don't believe there's a desire to.
There might be other options. I'm sure I'm not sure what the solutions are, but I think this is worth having.
I would also venture, I think this is something that needs to be not just considered in the city of Edmonton, but needs to be considered nationwide.
Yeah,
absolutely. We have to have a really big discussion with some of the big national unions about this.
Absolutely, it's not it's a big undertaking. It's a
Totally agree.
significant
Yeah,
uptick.
but we're happy to talk about it
But
anytime.
someone has to start it.
Yeah.
And my second question is related to Councillor Stevenson's question around, like, if we are engaging these project managers who are not city employees for duration of 18 months, 12 months, right? And they're more costly than city employees. And at what stage we make that decision, okay, we need to review this position if this is needed. I'm pretty sure you just want to get certain kind of little better sense on that question. Like, how do we make that decision at a point where we say, well, these consultants are probably, this work could probably be done better or on consistent level under the city workforce. This is more in the integrated infrastructure services.
Okay, sorry, Your Worship, you're not asking about temps and perms,
No.
you're asking about consultants.
Why would we
Okay.
have consultants on a consistent 18-month, 2-year duration when that work could all be done by a city project manager at a lesser cost?
Mayor Sohi,
Yeah.
it's Adam here. If you could provide specific examples, certainly we could take that away. The model that we built in IAS is a mix of internal and external, and the reason that we have that is to accommodate the ebbs and flows of the capital budget. It's not cost effective to have employees in place when there are those ebbs and flows, so we supplement that with consulting resources and contract positions.
We'll follow up offline on some of the examples, then we can follow up that public discussion as well. Okay, I will take the chair back.
Return the chair.
All right, and I'll go to Councillor Wright. Sorry, I'm so sorry. Councillor Cartmel, I will move the second round. You could retain the chair.
I'll take the chair back.
Second.
Please make your motion, Mayor Sohi.
I'll move the second round.
Second.
Please vote.
We have all the vote.
Please display the vote. That's carried. I'll return the chair.
Thank you. And now I'll go to Councillor Wright for second round.
Thank you very much, Mayor Sohi. I think you'd mentioned, you've had 70 applications per posting that have gone out. And I'm just wondering, I've heard that for turf, there was a posting that required 400 applicants, and that had to be posted a few times throughout the summer. Is that correct?
That could be correct. I'm talking about in 2022 to date, the average number of applicants per posting. So if it's a very specific posting, I would have to go and research that specific posting. So I apologize. It was an average number per posting across the city.
Okay. So some postings may only get 5 applicants if it's very specific. Okay. Yeah, if you could maybe just double check on that, sort of how many times that went out, and did we actually manage to get the 400 applicants that were needed for turf?
For turf, okay.
Because, I mean, again, that's, constituent concerns do focus around, the weed control and the grass cutting and that. And I didn't notice anything in here on the workforce realignment in reference to that under parks and roads. So you had the snow and ice, you had waste services, but nothing specific for turf. But going back to the snow and ice.
Councillor,
yeah.
sorry to interrupt you. We will be undertaking a review of that program. I just wanted to let you know that'll be part of the ongoing work. It's just not happened yet.
That's part of that 1,000 that you're going to be reviewing?
Correct.
Converting, okay, and possibly consolidating with snow and ice?
Consolidating in
dual-
the same manner.
Okay.
As in taking 2 positions. So we're not exactly sure which positions they would be, but the review will encompass the positions in that program, in the turf program.
Okay, so would it make sense, because, I mean, they're already sort of, parks and roads are already together.
Exactly,
So,
yeah.
you need equipment operators in both areas, so.
Yeah.
Okay, so glad to hear that. And let's see, and so what's been done on snow and ice so far? You've done 181 employees put to permanent, but from the classifications and descriptions of the 39 that have gone to year-round, those seem to be more sort of the middle management. But the 142 seasonal, that's still yet to be reviewed and assessed?
The 39 for Parks and Roads, Councillor, weren't middle management. They were frontline leadership roles. So they'll be in trucks providing services for the snow and ice service this upcoming winter.
Okay, so managing the sort of boots on the ground frontline workers then, right?
Exactly, more like a team lead type position, but definitely in the field, in a truck, and we'll be providing the service out on the road.
So when we get those constituent inquiries that things aren't going quite right in their neighborhood, they'll be ready to go out and do an inspection and get somebody on the job?
There's a number of different types of roles that we've added, but I suspect this year will be noticeable improvement compared to this past winter.
Okay, good to hear. And then I think I just had one last question as far as the costs of benefits. So again, the report states that it's about $15,000 for benefits, including pension and health care and whatnot. That's based on a salary of $100,000.
Correct.
So of these temporary workers, how many of them make $100,000?
It's a very small number.
Okay, so what would be a more realistic, I guess, on average cost?
So you can do, it's 15%. You can do the calculation based on whatever the person's salary is. It's approximately 15%.
Okay. So again, I just want to get, I don't know what all the salary scales are for all the classifications. Can you maybe give me an example of an equipment operator for snow and ice?
So approximately, I would say for the kinds of positions that we're talking about in terms of seasonal in nature, 50 grand per year. Like that's very rough estimation.
Okay, so then we're looking about 7,500 for their benefits.
Yes, the caution I would have is in terms of benefits, individuals don't work the full year. So that would be one caution. Even if they're working multiple assignments in a year, potentially they may only be working 10 months out of that year. So and then in addition to that, there are rules and expectations in terms of our service providers around pension. As an example, LAPP. The city wouldn't be able to determine who would qualify for that pension. We would have to go to LAPP and they would be able to determine that.
Okay, I guess it was
sorry.
more around the permanent employees. Thank you.
Sorry. Okay, before I go to Consular Rice, I want to acknowledge the students from Rutherford School, grade 5 and 6, are here with us from Ward Métis, along with their teacher, Amy McEachern. Come, welcome. That is the second group of the earlier class. Thank you so much for joining us. Stick around. Yep. All right, Consular Rice, you are next.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Just want to follow up the comments Mayor Sohi made earlier. My question, and then regarding the racialized employee and also disability, the rate, is about, do we have specific program and services and to support racialized employees? And because I heard and from some racialized employees in the city, and because due to the culture difference, due to the language challenge, and they're facing specific unique challenges. I understand our city, we do have lots of programs to support our employees, but do we have specific customized programs to support those groups? And then, yes, we need to increase the percentage. That is a big topic, but my question is, do we have that in our city already exist?
So right off the top of my head, I can tell you that we have developed, with the expertise of Sivan, who's left the city now, an anti-racism training program for city employees. We have a safe disclosure office at the city where employees can go to both express concerns about their situation as well as receive resources. We have an employee resource network for racialized employees at the City of Edmonton. And that employee resource network is very active. They are supported by the executive sponsorship of Katrin, and they provide recommendations on improvements to our hiring practices, things like what holidays we recognize at the city. So they're an active group of employees who are helping city administration improve the work that we're doing. In terms of recruitment and talent acquisition, we have a number of different programs. For example, Abilities at Work, which is a program for folks who have differential abilities, and that's specific to bringing them into the workplace. We work with community groups to provide opportunities to talk about what we're doing at the city and how they can access employment at the city. And those are just some things that I can think of off the top of my head. I recognize, Councillor, that there's two separate things. You can recruit someone into a workplace who's diverse or racialized, but if they don't feel comfortable in the workplace and they don't feel included and like they belong, the benefits of the diversified workforce are not going to be realized. I can give you one last example. Very recently, there was a training on specifically microaggressions and on how to talk about microaggressions, how to recognize them, how to be a better ally in the context of certain behaviors that we may not be aware that we are exhibiting.
Thank you for all those information and then the work and programs in the city doing this. And specifically as a counselor, and then I'm racialized, the counselor, and I do feel that challenge and in some situation. I understand from general perspective, we do have lots of programs. So my question is more about the angle and from the needs perspective from this group, and is there any special support and in the place? Like you said, we can recruit them in the place, but how we can keep them and feel comfortable in the workplace and productively, and then also perform their job. And there is systematical support needs to be in the place. I may not say the entire big picture, but I'm more than happy to follow up and offline and to say all the informations. So I want to use the last few seconds for my last question. My last question I heard specifically for the disability, and then from my constituents try to figure out how to get employed in the city. And is there any resources we can help those groups to get support for them to be employed in the city? And because the percentage right now, I notice is pretty low, is 2.9%.
So I think there's two separate answers to that. One is the Abilities at Work program is very specifically geared to support the employment of people with differential ability. So there's that. But secondly, things like accommodations in the workplace for folks with different types of abilities are also important, and we recognize, for example, whether it's for someone who's hearing impaired or someone who's visually impaired, that there can be accommodations developed to support their ability to be employed at the city, and we're very interested in that work and in continuing to identify where there are barriers that are unnecessary and how we can mitigate those barriers.
Thank you so much for. Okay, so that concludes the questions. Any more questions on this item? Seeing none, now if anyone want to speak to this item, please sign up. I know Councillor Wright wants to speak. Please, you go ahead, start, and while you sign up, go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. And again, thank you very much for the comprehensive report. It does provide a lot of good information, and there's still some gaps, and I know that we're still working on this, and I do appreciate the steps that have been taken so far, and working with the unions as well. I think that's just so wonderful to see. I think it provides sort of a good overview for our temporary employees to know that they are valued. And I know that's important not only to council, but also to employee services and all of administration, to making sure that we are getting those, that we're valuing the work that they do because it is so integral to the operations of our city. So at this time, I'm just looking to receive it for information and continue the great work. Hope to get the updates as we go along to make sure that we're still moving in the right direction. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Anyone else to speak? Seeing none, Councillor Cartmel, can you take the chair, please?
I have the chair.
Thank you. I just want to say a few words. Thank you so much, all the good work that you have been doing, and for generating this report, and also continuous evaluation about these positions and making decisions where these positions needs to be made permanent and bring people on board so they have their certainty and predictability, and also an opportunity to work for the city for the long term, right? So it's a very important, and you made a decision on the bus clinic position. You made that decision on bringing 100 or so positions that are under the purview of QP30, and you will and I understand you will continue to pursue that work. But I do want to flag one thing. You know, when I looked at those kids who came into this room, I see a city that's so diverse. And I don't think our workforce yet reflects that diversity. And we need to find ways to make sure that we're removing barriers for people to apply, right? And then retain that position and continue to create. It's not that our workforce is not inclusive, it is, but we need to continue to improve that inclusivity and remove whatever barriers that exist. We don't have many people from indigenous communities applying, or black communities applying, for people with disabilities and other racialized communities and others, right? And we need to look for opportunities to reach out and remove those barriers. And you know, city is a great organization to work for. And all Edmontonians who want to work for the city should have equitable opportunities to work for the city. So I just want to flag that because we have a lot of work to do in that area. And it's not a criticism that we're not doing it. I mean, we are on the right path. I think we need to just accelerate that path and work with our partners, unions and others to bring them along on this journey, because everyone benefits from a diverse workforce. And so thank you so much for the work, and look forward to this ongoing improvement. And I will take the chair back.
Return the chair.
And I will go to Councillor Rice if she wants to close. Go ahead, Councillor Rice.
Thank you for the great information and also great discussion from my colleagues.
Can you stick around, please, Kim? Councillor Rice is closing, so if you could stick around, please listen to her remarks. No. If you could listen to her remarks. Councillor Rice, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I just have a few words to say. I do understand how important is the workforce, and we have sufficient. We have also right people in place, and to ensure our city's goal be achieved, outcome be achieved. And as I appreciate our city's employee services great work you are doing. Also, I think from that systematic perspective, how we work together, and no matter, and we come from different backgrounds and a different group you listed here, I think that diversity and inclusion, that value continue to be reflected in our city's workplace. So not only about to remove the barriers for the recruiting process, and also to create that support in the workplace, and to ensure everybody working in our city and feel be included, feel be respected, and feel be valued and for their work. And no matter what background experience, and specifically due to because our country, our city, and is diversity city, and this is those diversity and strengths our city and to where we are right now. Number to ensure there's diversity and to be valued and reflected, I think continue to have the program and in place and to support people not only get into the city as an employee and also how they can feel their work actually contribute to our city's future. I think that is very important. So I'm looking forward to work with administration and to see that future. I think most of our Edmontonians look forward as well. And thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Please vote.
We have all the votes, Mr.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, so that concludes item 7.3. Our next item is 7.4, End Poverty Edmonton Progress Report and Strategic Plan, exempted by Councillor Wright. This was at Community and Public Services Committee, and we had extensive debate on this issue. I'll go to Councillor Cartmel to introduce the item.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. And yes, as you've outlined, we did have extensive conversation at committee about this topic last week. Perhaps amongst the highlights, we heard about End Poverty Edmonton's plan to reorganize to a certain degree to focus on their 6 pillars of their strategy and to form essentially a guiding or oversight committee of persons that would, I believe, be populated from the representatives of those 6 pillars. And we did have a long conversation about how End Poverty Edmonton is going to move towards perhaps a more responsive model, more interactive model, and one that includes a fair bit of measuring of outcomes and results. So I'm happy to put the motion on the floor to begin the conversation here today. That would be the recommendation contained in the report.
Okay.
Second.
Second by Councillor Wright. Madam Clerk, can you put that up? Here we go. Here it's on the table now. Okay. Councillor Wright, you exempted this? Go ahead.
I believe in the great work that End Poverty Edmonton, the intent that they had coming forward with this, with their original request back in the fall. And I just had a question. I wasn't too sure how things were going at committee based on the information that we received from the consultant. So I did have the opportunity to speak with Eric Ottman over the weekend, and I just had another question for him today at council.
Go ahead, ask that question, please.
Okay. So, and I believe he is online now. So I'm just wondering, can you just sort of expand a bit more on what you and End Poverty Edmonton have been doing to create more of an awareness of the organization and sort of the actions that you've been taking with the partners, a part of that?
Sure. Ben Henderson is also here, so he may want to chime in. I think we've done quite a lot of community engagement, but on the sort of committee level. So a lot of community members, a lot of agencies, a lot of businesses. I think where we need to improve and will be putting more energy and effort into is earned media, so that the broader public has more awareness as to what we're doing and how they can contribute to poverty reduction. Ben, do you want to add anything?
No, I think that's fine.
And how have you been working with your sort of member partners within End Poverty Edmonton?
Convening a lot of committees. So we'll bring a group of workforce development agencies together to talk about how to essentially find their clients better paying jobs. and then we'll work with industry to make those connections. But a lot of convening is what we've done. We're now going to bring lived experience voices to the table more assertively, I guess. And you've met with our director of lived experience, Dunsi, and I think she's coming back on the 11th. But again, more engagement. I think the area though that we have not done as well as we can and should is in sort of that earned media space where we're in the newspapers or we're on TV, sort of talking about what it is that we're up to, and again how community can get involved.
And Mr. Henderson, anything else you want to add to that?
No, I think Mr. Hampton is, we've spoken about this. We spent some time thinking about this problem. I think there has been a focus in the past on doing the work rather than blowing a horn. But probably it's important to do both in order to make sure that sort of overall perspective in the city is happening, and that we're in a position to weigh in on issues as they come up. So, that's it takes resources. It's going to take focus, but I think there's a recognition that we need to be doing more of that.
Yeah, so my hesitancy was in releasing the other 600,000 because there hadn't been much evidence of what was done with the initial 1.5. So, but I do understand that there has been work going on in the background, some advocacy work as well. Do either of you want to expand on that work?
Yeah, there's been a huge amount of work, I think, behind the scenes on the bread and butter of what we're doing. We've been a little bit constrained in what we've been able to do in advocacy in the past because of the relationship with United Way, which is now we're totally independent of them, and that should allow us to wade into advocacy items that we had to be hesitant before because we implicated them as well. And the United Way was really good about it, but there certainly were instances where we wanted to weigh in and
Yeah, and where we've done campaign noise, it's been around the game changers. So we'll talk a lot about inclusive economy or childcare or mental health or housing, but we don't put our brand on that. And so I think that's something that we will start doing. The message won't just be we need more sort of supports in this area. It will be, and Poverty Edmonton is saying we need more support in this area.
So with this extra 600,000, we'll be able to see the fruits of your labor then? And some results on the street?
There's a series of things that will roll out between now and the end of the year. Things like an updated, improved website, and then some of those campaigns will have our name attached to them. So you won't just be hearing about an inclusive economy, you'll be hearing in Poverty Edmonton saying things about the inclusive economy.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Tang?
Just, I guess, one outstanding question for administration. I think I grilled Eric and the delegation during committee quite a bit, I forgot to ask questions to administration. I'm wondering if you can speak to a little bit of what other organizations we fund that does this kind of, what I call condition changing work. We fund lots of different programs and services that are frontline, that is very direct. But I'm curious about, because what we're talking about with End Poverty is really about changing the condition of poverty. Can you speak to that a little bit?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Tang. There's certainly a number of organizations in Edmonton who do pieces of and various work related to changing conditions around convening. So, of course, we well know REACH on CSWB, on community safety, does similar work where they're convening, they're trying to move the entire ecosystem forward. I will ask we have Judy on the line as well. If Judy would like to highlight any others that would be worth noting today.
Thanks, Stacey. I think REACH is a great example. On a lower scale, Councillor Tang, I would think of work such as MAPS Alberta does sometimes, is bring a bunch of people together to look at the grassroots level of the conditions through working with community, and then use that knowledge to share through all the different networks. So I think we have different levels of that throughout some of our work, but I think having, and like you said the other day, not umbrella group, but a group that kind of looks at that systems change. There's not a ton of those groups. I think what we see and work with a lot is more of the micro scale of that.
Yeah, I really appreciate that, kind of that final point. I think in this space of, well, actually, I'm happy to just use my remainder time to speak to this motion, if that's okay, or do you want me to wait?
No, just to wait. I
Okay.
just want to conclude the questions
Sure.
first, so we follow the process. I know Councillor Rutherford is to speak. Councillor Rice to speak or questions?
Questions?
Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. So I didn't get a chance to ask a question and in the committee last time. So I do have a few questions and to administration. The first one is about in the past 6 years, what's the total funding we provided to this organization?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Rice. So through base funding agreements, End Poverty Edmonton has received $3.8 million between 2017 and 2021 in operating dollars through their fiscal agent, which is the United Way of Alberta Capital Region. For 2022, Council approved $2.1 million annually. That $600,000 of that has been held in abeyance until after this report. And the total will equal $5.9 million if the $600,000 held in abeyance is released.
Thank you for that information. So next question is about, do we have specific reporting requirements and to demonstrate so what outcome and what progress and for the $5.96 million and so far?
So as End Poverty Edmonton continues to work on their areas of improvement and to integrate the actions to respond to the city's previous recommendations, the organization will provide an annual report to the city as part of their funding agreement.
Okay, so that is just the basic reporting requirements. And is there any performance measures or indicators, metrics, and to indicate what's the success of progress and for this money and we invested in this organization?
Perhaps I will pass it over to Judy to speak about the evaluation that was completed, and I'm not sure if that meets the needs of your question there.
Councillor Rice, administration continues to work with End Poverty Edmonton to look at some baseline poverty measures that the Government of Canada has put forward. And that's an area we've talked about is how we can show that there's been change made and using those measurements. And the co-chair of the Stewardship Roundtable that's part of End Poverty Edmonton, Cheryl Whiskey-Jack, is part of that organization. So I think as we move forward, we'll start to see as system change happens, we'll start to see numbers change. I think the important thing to note is for this group is that they are looking at systems change. They're not trying to offer programs and services right up to citizens. So there's a difference in how they can measure and the changes that they can show in a short time period for that. But I would welcome Mr. Henderson or Mr. Amderman to add to that.
Well, maybe Eric can probably answer this question better than I can, but I would say, the real challenge here in terms of measurement is making sure that you're actually measuring against your long-term goal, because it is a long-term goal. And there's a point at which if you get the wrong measurement, if we start looking for short-term pieces, that we begin to fix the wrong problem, because we become focused on what we're measuring and not what we're trying to achieve. So I think we understand the huge need for measurement to make sure that there's an understanding going forward, but I think we have to, it's not as straightforward as it sounds, because the change we're trying to make is over a longer period of time. Eric, do you want to add anything to that?
Okay, thank you. I think I have enough information from the answers. Thank you for your answer. And specifically, I do believe the value and importance of this work that specifically this organization is doing. And my question is, what was the specific reason why we hold that $600,000 and back to the time?
Off the top of my head, it was a motion that was passed during the budget, and so it was a reporting requirement.
So because the lack of the information, that is why we hold that. And can we get the answer from administration why we hold that 600,000? And is that the reason already resolved and right now we're released? And I don't think I have enough time, and then.
Yes, so my understanding is the holdback of the 600,000 was to allow for some of the recommendations to be put in place and put into motion from the previous conversation with council.
Good.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Principe?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Buttman, so my question is, or concern is that End Poverty was created in 2016, correct? 6 years ago. And although it's a wonderful, noble project, in reality, how, in your eyes, because when I read your comments in the Edmonton Journal, you were stating that you would be the first to say, if it failed, that we should stop spending money on it, correct? Those were your words?
Yep.
At what time do you think we would consider it a success or a failure? How much time would you think?
I think we should be expecting results now. I mean, I think if you're putting energy into something, you should be expecting a return on the investment. I think the goal of ending poverty, the timeline is a generation. So I guess in that area, we've got 24 years left to go, but there should be progress. I mean, we've got a theory of what it will take to start reducing poverty in our community. And if that theory isn't panning out, then yeah, you close the doors. And for the record, I think it's best if everybody just calls me Eric, because it is a brutal last name to pronounce.
I'm sorry,
So, yeah.
I probably mispronounced it. I'm very sorry. Thank
Everybody's taking a different shot at it. So if you really want, you can go with Amped Man, like an excited guy, or Batman without the B. Both of those are acceptable.
Okay, thank you very much for clarifying that. I appreciate that. Again, I do see this as a noble project, but I would have liked to have seen more results from the presentation that was presented. That's it for me, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councillor Principe. So that concludes the questions. That concludes the questions. Now to speak, Councillor Rutherford.
Yes, and I first of all want to thank my colleagues for entertaining this, because I did listen and was present for Community and Public Services Committee meeting on Monday, but I did not have a voice, so I could not speak to this item. And this is, in fact, my passion: community building, community development. I worked in this exact sphere for the last several years, and so it is something that I would like to lend my voice to and provide some context on. I do want to start by saying that I absolutely do support this motion, though I do think that we need to continue improving. I think End Poverty Edmonton had a rough start, and I think there's changes now in leadership and organizational structure that I want to see different results from, because the results to date from 2016 to 2022 are underwhelming. Collective Impact has a very, very specific methodology for how you can measure impact, and both short-term, mid-term, and long-term. And as complex as it is, it's there. There's so much academic literature on it. And yet, we've had 5 years where we don't have even the short-term impacts. And when we look at reports like last week around housing, where we know that there's going to be even more people in core housing need, it's going to go from 42,000 to 59,000, that's people being in poverty. A lot of that is poverty related. So the numbers, that just one number alone tells me that we've got a lot of work to do in this space. And as great as I think it is to be promoting living wage, we can do a lot of work with very minimal system impact results, or you can do little changes that have big impacts. But at the end of the day, I think what we're grappling with as a council is we're spending money and we're not seeing any impacts. Short-term, mid-term, or long-term. I will absolutely support this, But I do want to see in the next annual report and every report subsequently, that methodology for collective impact followed and actual outcomes being able to be relayed back to this council so that we can say how this investment is making that systems change. I get it's not direct programming and a lot of people struggle with wrapping their mind around that. I get it. Systems change is hard because you first of all have to bound the system. What is the system in which we are talking about, right? And systems are nested. It's complicated, but we can do it and we need to do it and we need to be able to articulate that back and we need to start to see poverty actually going down, and it's not right now. It is absolutely not. And so for that reason, I will support this and happy to, discuss expectations or, some of the literature that I'm fully aware of in terms of how you measure collective impact and show outcomes, because we need to start seeing that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Tang?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Sohi. Yes, I just to jog my colleague's memory, I was the one who put the initial motion about withholding the 600,000 during the budget deliberation, partly because I wanted something to really incentivize this organization to be more results oriented. And, results on poverty or ending poverty, I think is a very, as Councillor Rutherford had pointed to, it is complex, but I think there are ways to do it. I was a little bit disappointed that, your latest measurement specific is not released prior to this presentation, which is really meant to talk about your measurement and tracking and evaluation. However, I think just having followed this organization for quite some time since inception, I've seen the ups and downs. I've seen the challenges, if I can call it stagnation. But I think this organization has also worked through, and since in the last few years, I think we've also seen that with dedicated resource this past year, I want to say you have accomplished tremendously, like quite a bit, and that comes with dedicated resource. Focused resource. We're not trying to boil the ocean here, but you are a lot more focused, and I think that's a good thing. And I think too, just to Ms. Smith's point earlier about a lot of the things that we do fund when it comes to system change, it's much more micro scale. And I will argue, the organization that was mentioned, MAPS, REACH, REACH also had, ups and downs from the beginning as well. But I think over time, it really found its value. But they occupy different niche. And I don't see a lot of organization that does kind of the condition changing work at this scale and with a primary focus of advocacy, not research, not program development or convening partners to do program development, but more focused on advocacy. And to me, this is both and. We can keep funding the frontline work. And I think, Mr. Henderson has commented this with me, just that we can keep funding these things over and for years and years and years. But if the conditions are not fundamentally changing, it's a bit futile. And I think, compared to all the work that we do fund, this is quite small in proportion. But I think for the impact the impact that we'll have in other areas will be quite tremendous. I commented this during committee that I would like still to see and poverty continue to kind of reach across different initiatives like the ones that was mentioned earlier today, and not wait for the opportunity to arise, but continue to be proactive with that role. And I encourage my council colleagues to support this because this is not about either or. We're always going to be straddling that either or trade-off, but I think when it comes to conditions, this is an important one we need to continue to support. Now, moving forward, does the importance of the work merits the funding that has been allocated? I think that needs to be continue to be demonstrated, and so that's just a note to, Eric and Ben Cheryl, that that's something that as someone on the stewardship roundtable, along with Councillor Paquette on this, that's something I'm going to be looking for. And if there are specific elements that my council colleagues would like us to kind of probe and keep an eye on, keep on the tabs, I think I'm all ears. We don't necessarily have a mandate letter for various council reps on different ABCs, but I'm happy to have that discussion offline with my colleagues as well. So thank you for all the work on this with administration and with End Poverty. I look forward to continue following this project and seek answers to those questions I pose.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Wright.
Thank you very much. So I was hesitant when the item came forward at Community and Public Services Committee meeting, and I'm glad I had the opportunity to speak with Mr. Atman, not Batman. I do understand that there have been limitations with the relationship with the United Way, and so hopefully now that obstacle or that challenge is out of the way, things will change. I think as a council, we've been continually providing sort of reactive Band-Aid solutions to some of these issues that deal with poverty. So I'd like us to see I'd like to see End Poverty Edmonton get at the root cause and look at it from a systems approach. Going forward, I hope that some of the results that they can show is how their partner organizations are achieving some of their goals. So I am in support today to release the funds that are being held in abeyance, and I appreciate Councillor Tang for holding this back for us so that we could take a closer look at what they've been up to. So and I hope to see more about them in a more public way as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would just like to start by saying that I do see some value in this. I see that End Poverty is an advocacy or advocates, but also I see, city administration, and especially the mayor. The mayor advocates a lot on issues such as poverty and, for the betterment of all of Edmontonians. And even though, again, I see some value and I do know that it was a noble project, I don't see the results that were anticipated. After 6 years, I just would have liked to have seen a little bit more results. And unfortunately, I do see this one as an either or. We have a limited amount of money, and unfortunately, I cannot support this one right now. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I would like to say what I heard from my constituents in the past few weeks, because this is public stories and news. And then the big question I received and from many people I spoke, and is about if we hold the money 1 year ago, and then right now, is the reason specific for us to hold removed or results achieved? By looking at the reporting here, attachment 2 and specific for the evaluation, I have a little bit of concern about the evaluation participant. So if we look at the outcome, look at the results, and then we need to get the sense and the specific people who actually and through this project and see the benefits and experience the benefits to participate in the evaluation. But if you look at the evaluation data, the data shows over 55% just from the partner organization. And this gave me the concern and how we push that outcome and as the initial purpose and for us to do this work. And then there is no doubt this work is so important and to our community development, to our city development, and to our society. And we need to continue to do this work. I'm going to continue doing this work, but it's about the how. And that how I cannot say that effective pieces or effective activities and leading to the results we would like to see. I think yes, and then as a city, and then we are going and to support the work as it is to be improved, but at the same time, and for holding this $600,000, I think the purpose and the barrier to remove this is still not the time yet. So with that said, so I'm not going to support this. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else to speak?
Sure, Mr. Mayor, if that's okay.
Yes, can you please sign up?
I can.
Okay, go ahead. While you sign up, go ahead, Councillor Paquette.
Just clicking buttons here.
Go ahead, here we go. Go ahead.
You got me?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so I think I'll just start by saying poverty and the systems around poverty are complex, to say the least. They involve a number of factors. But once you pare it down, once you clear out all of the mitigating issues, at the root, poverty in Alberta and therefore in Edmonton is primarily policy-based. And what I mean by that is that the policies that governments put in place have an impact on how people will be able to live. Policies around employment, policies around social supports, and on and on and on. Those are the fundamental determinants of whether we have poverty or not. Because the fact is we actually live in an incredibly wealthy country, one of the wealthiest in the world, and we live in one of the wealthiest provinces in that country. So the fact that we have poverty is actually fairly astounding and speaks to the policy failures of successive governments. And Poverty Edmonton was started to address that. And as such, had a bit of a rough start. That was because the question that had to be tackled was, where do you start? That was one of the first challenges, because the people at the table all had different lenses, different experiences, different expertise. And as such, there was a challenge in sort of finding what the direction should be. I can tell you this, Councillor Henderson was on this from the start and saw this very clearly. When I came on board and got to join Councillor Henderson, I learned a lot from him and a lot from sitting at that EPE roundtable at the steering committee. And what I quickly learned is that my impatience was directed at incorrectly. I wanted to see poverty end. I felt EPE should just find a way to do it. That was my inexperience and impatience. There's been a change of leadership and clarification of where End Poverty Edmonton can really make the most impacts. And that is going to still evolve as time goes by. But one thing that they've already been able to do under new leadership is advocate on social procurement, as an example, in a way that a city councillor cannot, and in a way that administration cannot, and in a way that helping organizations generally cannot or do not. And it has had an incredible impact in industry and created more partnerships than we have ever seen before. So if we're talking about the utility of this organization and the future of this organization, I would say that it should be clear, if we come from the understanding that it is policy that causes poverty and EPE is addressing policy in very active ways. And because of this, and there's so much more I could say, but I'll just leave it at that. I am absolutely in support of this. I have absolutely no doubts. I think that expecting to see End Poverty Edmonton itself doing the work of helping organizations is I understand the drive for that, but that's not the right place for that drive. They are doing excellent work and clarifying their mandate, and the results are occurring. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Anyone else to speak? I see no one else. Councillor Cartmel, can you take the chair, please?
I have the chair.
Thank you. Oh, yeah,
Point of
sorry.
order.
Yeah, right. Councillor Wright, can you take the chair?
I got it.
There you go. Councillor Wright. Okay. Lost my thought here. I really appreciate the way Councillor Rutherford and Councillor Paquette and many of our other colleagues have framed this debate, because it's very, very important for us to understand, acknowledge how ingrained and structured poverty is, and how it is caused by decades and centuries of policy that has favored certain groups at the expense of other groups. But I also understand the hesitation from some of the council members that are we getting the value for the money? I think it's very difficult to break down systems, but also it's very difficult to actually figure out how to break them down. I think the challenge that was put in front of this group was to figure that out, but hindsight, I don't think they were properly empowered to do that. I think the structure of the End Poverty Edmonton itself was flawed, because they were not really given the power and authority to do so. We never gave them the independence that they needed. It was tied into another organization, and they were the structure of the organization was not properly thought out, and given the complexity of this problem, were not given that kind of mandate. Now they're figuring out. Now they're going through the journey. New structure is in place. New governance model is in place. And I remember sitting on the table having conversations about even understanding how racism plays into poverty, and how lack of childcare, for example, how the impact of trauma and residential schools and how they cause poverty is so complex, and we need long-term approach to figuring these things out. And I think under new leadership, under new governance, this group is on the right track. Because if we don't support this group, then who else is there to break down these systems? I think it's very important that we have that long-term vision and plan in place, because it's going to take a lot of efforts, and they'll run into maybe other bumps as well, because this is a work that has not been undertaken or understood the way the complexity is. So thank you so much, and I hope that we support this work of this the End Poverty Edmonton. And with that, I will take the chair back, and I'll go to Councillor Cartmel.
Yeah, I have nothing further to add, Mayor Sohi. Thank you.
Thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, we'll take, we have two time-specific items at 1:30. We'll come to those and carry on with our schedule. Until then, we are on recess until 1:30. Good afternoon, everyone. Would like to call this meeting back to order. I'll do a roll call. Councillor Wright.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Knack.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Principe.
Hello.
Councillor Stevenson.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Paquette.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Tang.
Hello.
Councillor Hamilton.
Here.
Councillor Rutherford.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Salvador.
Hello.
Councillor Cartmel.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Rice.
Good afternoon.
And Councillor Jans.
Good afternoon.
Okay, all right, so we are on our first item for 1:30, which is the, here we go. Item 7.1, jurisdictional scan of police funding. And I understand there is a presentation.
So for the jurisdictional scan, we do not have a presentation, but if I can just introduce the administrative delegation and the individuals from Edmonton Police Service and Commission who are here today to answer questions. So with me today is Jody Graham, Director of Budget Planning and Development, and Milat Petigara, a policy analyst in Financial and Corporate Services. Joining us from the Commission today are John McDougall, the Chair of the Commission, and Matt Barker, the Executive Director for the Commission. From the Edmonton Police Service, Chief Information Technology Officer Ron Anderson, and Executive Director Rob Davidson. And also online today is Cal Corley, the Chief Executive Officer of the Community Safety Knowledge Alliance. And with that, we'll just go right to questions.
Okay. Thank you so much. This was exempted by Councillor Stevenson. So Councillor Stevenson, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was anticipating these items being cross-referenced, so
No.
yeah, I understand. So I was just saying, as a preamble, I don't have a ton on this first item, actually. I think maybe what I could touch on is just looking at the research. There wasn't necessarily a direct correlation between funding and crime outcomes. Is that correct?
Ron Anderson speaking. Correlation is what you're referring to. In the study, there's a number of areas that speak to correlations between crime statistics, crime severity index, and the dollars attached to it. You'd be more or less correct. However, when you're looking at the basket of measures, that is one piece to look at. You have to consider what the community expects out of the police service. And that doesn't necessarily mean that all of the dollars are going to directly to crime intervention, so to crime suppression or enforcement techniques. If the community is looking to do things that are in the realm of prevention base or partnerships with other, there's dollars going to that as well, which should in the long term reduce the number of incidents you have. But again, it would skew, in some respect, the dollars attached to the service because you're investing in other things that some services may not do.
Right. I think my other questions are more in line in the context of the formula, but I guess I could ask them in terms of there not being specific findings in terms of what an optimal, let's say, per capita ratio was, or an optimal per capita spending was. That wasn't really the intent. It was more just a relative comparison between the different services that were reviewed.
I can let Cal Corley respond if you wish, but in a simple way, from my review of the report, the exercise wasn't to find an optimal dollar per capita for a service. The exercise was to look at whether the funding formula was effective at keeping a level of cost and budget for the service that would allow for long-term planning. And that, I think, was demonstrated through there with the number of services that would have received less dollars if they were under a funding formula. It shows that there is good value in putting in place a funding formula like Edmonton had in place.
Great. Well, thank you. I think I have more questions on 7.2, but appreciate the responses.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Rutherford.
Yes, thank you. I just have a question to Chair McDougall. In the attachment of the report, the Police Budgeting Review, Appendix B on page 63, so it talks about police service fees, fines, and charges, and other revenue details. One thing that stood out to me or struck me was how few revenue sources Edmonton has and how high the revenue sources seem to be for what I would consider the nearest comparator of Calgary. And I wanted to know from the commission's perspective, have we explored some of those those other revenue sources? Or why do we not have the same kind of revenue streams as Calgary, I guess would be the best way to put that question.
I don't have the specific stats in front of me, but I believe Calgary has the automated enforcement revenues as part of the Calgary Police Service budget.
Yeah.
And Edmonton has the automated enforcement Traffic Safety Act revenues are part of the Office of Traffic Safety.
It has like scrap sales, clearance fees.
We have those.
Okay,
They're
okay, because in
small.
this table, it shows that Edmonton has traffic safety fines, and then it says other revenue, which is the transfer from the reserve of the traffic safety, which was the 22 million we've talked about earlier, and tow lot police information checks. But the list for Calgary seems quite significant. So I guess, is there any ones that Calgary charges that we don't, that would be a revenue source that we have, has the commission explored? And if so, why are we not doing them?
That's nothing the commission's explored yet, no.
Okay, so would that be something the commission be open to kind of looking at?
Absolutely.
Okay, great, I appreciate that. And then I do have some feedback. I mean, overall, I'm going to say that the literature review on this was very weak. In this document, again, still attachment 1. And I wanted to know if anybody from the consulting group was here to speak to the methodology.
Yes, ma'am, we have Cal Trolley online.
Okay, because could he speak to the methodology then for how they determined relevant materials to include?
Yeah, indeed. And there's so little, to begin with, there's a dearth of Canadian-based research in terms of peer-reviewed research into police funding and budgeting. So we, as you will note in there, we relied on U.S. materials, of which there was also not a lot of quality peer-reviewed materials out there. So the limited amounts that are there are what are reflected here. We did not expand in terms of looking at Western Europe sources, but in terms of what was available, what was relevant to this is pretty much captured in the document itself.
So the methodology would have been limited to North America.
Limited to North America.
Most primarily from the U.S. sources.
Well, yeah.
Peer-reviewed?
Extended to U.S. sources because there was nothing available from a Canadian in terms of peer-reviewed literature.
And then so you required it to be peer-reviewed was the other kind of methodology piece. So those were the two. So it was kind of limited to North America, peer-reviewed police funding documents. Am I understanding correctly?
That's pretty, yeah, that's pretty close, yeah.
So I won't be able to find other site sources of materials that are peer-reviewed that were not included in this report?
Oh, I don't know that, but from the search we did using EBSCOhost and some others, that's what came to the top of the pile.
Okay, that's all my questions. Thank you.
Indeed.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Cartmel.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I guess my questions are with respect to the report too, and I'm sorry, I've lost the acronyms, but I understood a comment just a moment ago to be that this was more about, I guess, the concept of a formula, and a formula that, you know, as a device to provide predictable funding was more what was being explored than the specifics of the formula. Do I understand that correctly or no?
So I believe my quote was in my review of the study. I think the study itself, and Cal's online,
yeah,
that the commission requested was to look at the different funding models across major services in Canada, in part to help inform a discussion around the funding formula.
So, and forgive me, there was a lot of material released in a very short time. So was there a particular conclusion reached in the report then that either yay or nay on the concept of a formula, just generally?
Yeah, Ron Anderson, do you want me to take that?
Yep, that's fine, Cal, thank you.
Yeah, yes, good question. Yes, by way of the simplest way of putting it is the funding formula has been applied over the last 5 years that were examined, 2016 to 2021, would have resulted in, of the comparative organizations, of which there were 6 others in addition to Edmonton. All but 2 of them would have seen a reduction in budget had they applied the Edmonton funding formula to own local context.
And Mr. Corley, is that the formula that we used to have, or the one that's proposed in the companion report?
No, that's the one that was existing at the time.
And so I would just note that formula had an efficiency factor. It was inflation plus population gain multiplied by a reduction factor, in essence. I don't know if you did any sensitivity analysis on that, but is that a key element in a funding formula concept, or did you dig into that?
I didn't. I'd have to, and given the short notice, my colleagues from MNP were not available today, but that's where they delve into.
Okay, thank you for that. Some of the other work that was done, there's quite a lot of, I guess, a fundamental underpinning of the report was an examination of dollars per capita. And I'm wondering if there was consideration given to numbers of sworn officers per capita instead of dollars. And maybe that's splitting hairs, I don't know. But I'm just wondering, in terms of how do we measure the size of the ideal size of a police service for a particular municipality or a particular region? Is it how much we spend, or is it the number of sworn officers that we have that we should be focusing on?
Yeah, that's a great question, and it's not a simple yes or no.
Yeah.
In the report itself, and I'm just trying to see, flipping through to find the page, there's a chart that shows the cost of policing comparisons, which has the various data points you're talking about. In any event, if one looks at any one of these, they can be quite misleading. So, for example, we look at costs of police services per capita in our analysis amongst the 7 police organizations were compared. Edmonton is modestly higher than the next highest by about $40 per capita. But when we look at average cost per incident, and again, context of everything, if we looked at just average cost per incident, Edmonton is the second lowest by a long shot when compared to, for example, York and the region. So the incidents that the Edmonton police respond to would be a key indicator there as to why it suggests the relatively low cost per incident would tell me that they attend to a lot of rather low complexity but high volume type of calls for service as compared to.
Yeah, I understand that, but my question is more about how we determine the right size of our police service and what metric we should be using. So those are backward-looking and valuable metrics. Was there consideration given to comparing on a region-by-region basis? And I confess I don't know all of the other regional perspectives. Or was it just discrete? Because the discrete city of Regina compared to the city of Edmonton, I would suggest there might be a different statistical result if we compare the region around Regina, which is nothing more than the city, and the region around Edmonton, which might give us different numbers given there's a much larger population base.
So I'll attempt to answer that one. In this study and in StatsCan data sets, regionalization reduces your costs overall. So the economies of scale to go into a regional-based police service like York, Ottawa, Halifax, and several others across Canada, it's an economies of scale piece. So when we look at Edmonton, we have a smaller percentage of our centrist metropolitan area being residents of Edmonton than, say, Calgary does. So a larger portion of Calgary's population in the CMA is from that city itself. Ours is in the surrounding areas by and large. Those are all the intricacies of people coming into the city for activities, for work, et cetera, that we have to police as well. So it's not as simple as a percentage or a single measure. You need to look at a series of measures across how you deploy to the type of geography you're dealing with, rivers, bridges, all of those things versus a flat prairie landscape like Regina where there isn't much to cross. All of those are put into different calculations to say how many officers would be required to police a certain area. That helps build out your deployment model, which leads to your costing.
Okay. Thank you so much for your answer, Councillor Tang.
Great, thank you very much, Mayor Sohi. Yeah, thank you very much for this report. I have sort of three areas I was curious about, and of course, still processing this information along with 7.2. I guess firstly, the police services included in this study, they don't use performance metrics in their budgeting methodology or process, right?
That's right.
Okay, and is there anywhere that does this?
That's a good question. I'm not familiar with any Canadian police services that in their process itself.
Sorry, you were kind of cutting in and out, but you were talking about for this research, you weren't aware of any Canadian jurisdiction that does that. Okay.
No, not aware of any. And I'd add to it though that most major police services today though have metrics around what they're doing with the money. So with budgeting, there's certainly metrics and measures there.
Sorry, for the Canadian jurisdictions, there is, they do look at the metrics with how they're spending the money. Is that what you just said?
Okay. More programmatic and programmatic evaluation for evaluating programmatic activities. Yeah.
And that typically gets reported as what, like annual report?
Well, that would depend city to city, but maybe Ron Anderson answer more in that context.
So from the Commission perspective, there's 5 basic mechanisms through which the Commission will guide the operation and priorities of EPS. And they'll be the strategic plan, the business plan, the corporate performance framework, the Chief's performance assessment, and the regular ongoing reporting in the areas of finance, human resource, and operations. So for example, workplace harassment reports, internal audit reports, monthly financial reporting, attrition reports, procurement reports, professional standards reports, use of force reports, all those other reports that you see come forward at our commission meetings.
Great, thank you. Thank you for that. I guess my second kind of area was is similar to some of my colleagues around this Kavanaugh framework. Seems like there's some opportunities for community input on the budgeting framework itself. So I just want to, is Edmonton currently using this framework, and how is, I guess, EPS and EPC engaging the community to align with this framework? And I will ask that of the commission chair.
Yeah. So thank you for that. So obviously, we're not using this as our sole guideline for budgeting. We've had many other inputs that have allowed us in our decision-making for budgeting. Some of that is from surveys, some of that is from feedback from the community. We also made our proposal informed in part by several months of deliberation with the service. We also engaged some consulting groups, Pametaway, Leger, and the police budgeting report that's before you now.
Okay. Yeah, appreciate that. I guess more, not so much on the budget itself, but also just on the framework. I think there's a lot of good nuggets in there. I guess my final sort of line of question is, I guess I'm curious about the people who, the folks like Cal who did this research. Do we have partnerships with academia, criminologists at the U of A, for example, who does this kind of research just as part of their day-to-day? Are they involved at all in the scan or any kind of literature review?
Thank you, Councillor. Not on behalf of the commission staff, not to our knowledge, and that's where consulting groups will come in to help fill that gap.
So you currently don't have any contact with academic partners?
Not with the type of
I see.
business relationship that we would be looking for from a consultant.
The service does have partnerships
Okay.
with the U of A for various different research pieces. We do engage with them regularly. This was a separate discussion, however, from commission
Fair
to
enough.
service.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, I think, I understand the need to contract this kind of research out to consultants, but I just also think, we have some knowledge, local knowledge here as well, could potentially, so I think I would just flag that also for future considerations. Thank you.
Perhaps I could just comment there. In this case, looking for qualified academic to support this. We did reach out and engage the services of Bill Hughes, who's a senior fellow at the Institute for Municipal Finance and Governance at the Monk School, University of Toronto.
Fair enough, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jans?
Thank you. I'm wondering who paid for the attachment 1? Was that council? Did we pay for this?
Thank you for the question, Councillor. It was a joint venture between the Edmonton Police Commission and the Peel Regional Police Board.
Okay. And how was the proprietor selected?
It was selected through a sole source procurement process in light of the expertise provided by CKSA. We used this organization to allow quick and deep access to staff at police services who engage in the budgeting process at a number of services in Canada. Using another organization may have been possible, but hurdles would have existed in obtaining approvals for the experts to get access to in-house fiscal information from those police services.
Right, and the accusation in the media that there's a conflict of interest related here to the report, would you care to comment on that?
Thank you, Councillor. The Chief serves with the Canadian Safety Knowledge Alliance as a volunteer and has no fiscal interest or benefit from CKSA engaging in this work. In order to maintain the integrity of the report, the police chiefs did not write, direct, or otherwise influence its contents. We asked CKSA, and they have reflected their independence in their report in writing.
Excellent. Was there a disclosure of perception of conflicts anywhere in the report? Or an acknowledgement of the...
I'd have to take a quick look at it here. I don't...
So we focused as the agency engaging CKSA counselor, we just asked them to reflect their independence. They do reflect on page 2 that both Chief McPhee and Chief Darapia from Peel are boards of director, were on the boards of directors, so it is reflected in the report. But again, they ensured that they took their direction solely from myself and my counterpart at Peel.
Okay, thank you. And I guess then maybe this is so if I can paraphrase, make sure I got this. The commission was wrestling with the question of funding formula, yes or no. The commission contracted CKSA. CKSA provides a report to the commission jointly with Peel, and then that's attached as an addendum to this report here today, that this wasn't in any way the advice or reflection of the city administration. This is essentially an attachment on behalf of the commission. Is that fair?
I'll let Ms. Padbury maybe explain that a little more.
I think that's a fair characterization. When we did, in our attempt to respond to the motion, we could only get data for 2021, and in some cases 2022, but we were aware that data existed for the 10-year average, and so we had sought to use the tables that you see in attachment 2, and later a decision was made to attach the entire report from which we drew those tables.
All right, so attachment 1, Genesis Commission, attachment 2, city administration data. That's correct? Okay, thank you. Can we unpack did I hear that correctly, that regional entities have lower policing costs?
So if you're looking at it from the per capita discussion, or for what the impacts of regionalization are, you obviously have an economy of scale. So when you regionalize, you have less people in a geographic space outside of, say, the core area. So if we were to take over more land similar to the way we did in Leduc, towards Leduc, et cetera, there are equipment pieces that you already own. There's other things that are already part of your infrastructure that you can leverage. You don't have to rebuy an RMS system, all of those things. So your costs are spread out across a larger region than, say, a city by itself.
Right, okay, because there's the, I suppose, how do we factor in like the obligations of, say, Sherwood Park for policing of Sherwood Park? Because we aren't factoring in like the regional police contributions as well too, right? Or is that considered?
So the information that we categorize in Edmonton is route crime that happens within Edmonton itself, and the people that are in the city. So I can't comment on what the impact of looking at, say, Sherwood Park or some other cities would, or locations would be. And that would be able to study unto itself. We'd have to work with the RCMP to look at that.
Okay. This is helpful. I appreciate the clarifications, and it's a lot of information, so certainly would appreciate more time to mull over it.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Knack.
Thanks, Mayor Sohi, and thanks for this information. The only question I think I still have left, going through the report, talked about in 2015 is the one year that the budget went down. It's been a long time, and I was trying to pull up the old numbers, but I don't actually recall council approving a decreased budget in 2015, because I think I was able to track down the minutes from those meetings, and I think there was an approved increase. So I'm just trying to confirm how that particular number came to be, because I think council approved an increase in late 2014. It was about $2.5 million, if I remember correctly. Is it that the money wasn't spent? Do we know that history? It felt like an outlier year, and I want to make sure I got all the correct information.
Doing it from memory as well, sir, so I apologize for it. Sure. But the biggest thing in relation to 15 and 16 years were collective bargaining settlements were held corporately. And so our police service specific budget may not have changed as significant as it would typically look if the collective bargaining amounts are held within the service. You will see in subsequent years when the collective bargaining settled, significant increases to our budgets as a result of that.
That was a major shift. Okay, and that might have been it. I just wanted to make sure I was understanding that. And then the other piece, and again, correct me if I'm wrong, this primarily focused on operating. There wasn't a lot of chat about or discussion around like how the capital changed, because I think about that year as an example, and I think every ask except for there was a slightly less fancy helicopter purchase, but everything else that had been asked for in the capital was approved, and I think that's been the case almost every year. Is that your understanding as well? Because while it doesn't play a direct role into this funding formula conversation, it does play a role in how we balance operating costs going forward.
You're correct. The capital is outside of the operating and the funding formula, completely independent. Each capital profile is approved independently by council going forward, whether it's a renewal project or a growth project. That was the status back then prior to the funding formula, and that continues to be the approach today.
Can you recall, and again, I'm trying to think back, and it's been a while, but for the sake of context, outside of the helicopter, was there anything in the capital asks over the last, call it almost a decade, that wasn't approved? I can't recall of one, but I'm just wondering if you can remember anything offhand.
Well, I can state back for 19 to 22.
Yeah.
Out of all our growth asks, the IT, or information technology enhancement type of work was approved to about $9 million. Everything else that was growth related, firearms facility, tow lot, canine facility, and a parcel of land was all unapproved.
Unapproved that's the northwest,
yes.
Yes, because of the change of that. Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. Those are all my questions.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to move that 7.1 be received for information.
Okay.
Second.
Second by Councillor Rice. Questions though?
I do, yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
It's about on attachment to traffic fines and enforcement. Calgary has 11.2% and Edmonton 3.5%. Considering that we're in the same province with same kind of restrictions, what is accounting for that discrepancy? Do we know?
The automated enforcement revenues related to Calgary, they have everything in terms of their budget, automated enforcement and officer-issued fines. Edmonton Police Service identifies only the officer-issued violations. We get a transfer from the city's reserve related to the revenues that come in from automated enforcement, but that's not included in our numbers.
And so if I can just add, in the line called grants, donations, and other, you see that that line is larger because that is the transfer from the automated enforcement reserve.
Okay, thanks for clarifying that. That's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Councillor Paquette.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a quick question, just follow up from some answers. Why would another organization have difficulty in getting this information if that organization is contracted?
Thank you, Councillor. So Cal Corley might be able to speak a little bit to this, but from the Commission's perspective, Going to an external body, they would have had to have gone individually to each police board and each police service and asked for access to financial information that is typically or not posted in a public way. That can be done, but the time frame the commission wanted to advance this work suggested that there was a better path forward with CSKA. We did add MNP, an external, a well-known external consulting group, and an individual from the Monk School to ensure that objectivity and those skill sets were present. So yes, we could have gone another path, but it would have taken longer, and it was decided that this was the best path forward for this particular body of work.
So what's the difference maker?
Sorry, Councillor, could you repeat your question?
What's the difference maker?
Sorry, Councillor.
Can you elaborate on that, Councillor?
Well, yeah, sure. Like, it will take longer for another organization. You never actually answered why.
Sorry.
What is making the difference?
So you're right. I'm sorry, Councillor, I did miss that. CKSA is composed and has direct access to 7 police services. Their ability to go in and get access to the information because they are established in a certain way is much quicker because they work with these police services regularly. Okay. And I don't know, Mr. Corley, if you want to sort of elaborate a little bit on that.
No, I think that hits on it precisely. I just got
to pause you. This is clear for you, but not for us. You say in a specific way. What does that mean?
So my understanding of the Commission, Councillor, is that to get access to the call volume, all of the different metrics that you see in Appendix 1, to get quick and easy access to that without going through a very long process, CKSA simply calls its member agencies and says, the Peel Police Board and the Edmonton Police Commission are working on a project. We'd like access to the information, and it immediately starts to come together with MNP and Bill Hughes from the Monk School. They are then able to start the analysis, start looking at the data, rather than spending time going through processes, asking for data, signing agreements to access the data, and then agreeing to protect that data once the report is concluded. So that's what shortened the time frame from our perspective.
Okay, so I've been getting some communications from my neighbors and from residents about their concern about a perceived conflict of interest. Now, whether there is one or not, I could not say. But the perception is everything, especially when you're talking about the ultimate law enforcement authority in Edmonton. And what people would want to see is everything to be beyond reproach, passing the sniff test, to not even be on the borders of being perceived as a conflict of interest. Did no one stop and think, hey, maybe taking a little more time makes sense in the light of that concern?
No, I appreciate that, Councillor. And, you know, the Commission, in discussion with CKSA, MNP, Mr. Hughes, the senior experts with MNP and Mr. Hughes have well-deserved reputations for independence and analysis.
Okay, I'm going to pause you there. I believe that, but I'm talking about public perception. I'm telling you, if you go to my neighbor and you tell them exactly what you just told me, they're going to roll their eyes. I'm just saying, as grown-ups, did no one ever, like, I'm sorry to take this tone, but did no one, because it's frustrating for us as counselors, as people have to make this decision, did no one stop to say, this might be problematic in the eyes of the public?
Perhaps I can jump in, Councillor. It's Cal Corley here. I can tell you from my end here, and live to your question and the concern. But given the nature of the project and the fact that it was coming from the Police Commission and the Appeal Commission, and it was dealing with basically a comparative analysis of a particular formula application across these, it didn't strike me as being, and I guess knowing my own ethics and such, that this was for the Police Commission and the Police Board and Peel. It didn't, it wasn't about leadership in the organization, that nature.
Okay, well, I can tell you I'm out of time, but that's out of step with how the public feels, regardless of how you feel.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Salvador?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I just have some questions about a specific section of the report that talks about a budgeting model for consideration. Talks about, just as a bit of background, local governments wanting to look for different ways to rationalize police and community safety related funding. I guess I'm looking for some commentary on community safety, because it talks about community safety related funding. And when I think community safety and well-being, that's a broad conversation. Obviously, this is very hyper focused on policing, and that makes sense given the context of this discussion. But at the same time, what does the research say about how to view this problem in a more holistic manner so that we are not siloing off policing and then everything else related to community safety and well-being? Because I think we often talk about being more proactive, more preventative in our approach, and how does that square?
So thank you, Councillor, and please stop me if I'm not answering your question. But late in 2020, the Commission had identified, I think exactly what your question was, that funding was going to different silos. So the Commission, in reports to you in late 2020, provided a potential new forward-looking model which would help reduce that. So one of the proposals in the first stage was to create a community safety and well-being commission, for lack of a better word, or agency or border commission, and then have that group of people align and spend align funding with social services outcomes that you would be looking for as councillors in that space. If that model proved to work, it would also be working with the police commission. Then a future state that the commission had put forward in late 2020 was to meld those two models into one agency border commission that would then be responsible for funding not only in policing, but in the social service space, or as the council at the time called it, the human ecosystem, human services ecosystem. So you could shift your model to get more towards what I heard your question being, Councillor.
Okay, yeah, that's helpful. And I do, although it was before my time, I do remember that. And I guess I would also be looking for comments potentially from Mr. Corley, like in the research world, in this space, are there any models like that that are even out there that we can point to? What is the efficacy of a model like that?
No, great question. And without elaborating too much, we're in between eras of policing, we're in between eras of community safety, probably the big one since 1730. A paper in 2014 by Professor Michael Kemper from the University of Ottawa touches on this really well. But as Matt Barker explained, because we're between these, we're stuck where we've got an existing framework around policing, we've got a separate framework and public health, and it's a question of merging those. We don't have a whole system framework yet to undertake that. So it's a period where a lot of frustration, confusion, et cetera, in that regard. The Canadian Council of Academies in their 2014 report on 21st century policing in Canada also touched on the point you're making. So it's an evolution that's taking place. Organizations like the Edmonton Police, the Police Commission, are among, in many respects, within the policing sector at least, are leading, trying to make those moves to that next generation of community safety.
Okay, I appreciate that answer, and maybe I'll save some follow-up questions for the next item that we have. But I do see some other folks on the board here, so I'll move a second round, Mr. Mayor.
I have some questions.
Unless.
I have some questions too, so I haven't had my first round yet.
Sure, then I'll yield the rest of my time.
Sorry, Consular?
Oh, you can move second round and still ask your questions on the first round.
How about if I want a second round?
Then you would
Consular, okay, Consular Cartmel, can you take the chair, please?
I have the chair.
Okay, thank you so much. Commission Chair, this is the second report that has identified that Edmonton spends more per capita on policing. The first one was Safer for All. So my question is, has Commission undertaken any studies to better understand this, and also any work to align our police funding to other municipalities, because this is a huge discrepancy even when you compare it to Calgary, right? So, or other jurisdictions. So has Commission undertaken any work in this area?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We've reviewed, as you can see in our reports, how other services spend and other municipalities spend, but repeatedly we've identified the unsuitability of using per capita measure for policing. When you look at it in isolation, the per capita measures exclude some of the critical factors that drive the resourcing needs, such as the call volumes, police services by volume of police services by citizens, the reported crime, crime severity, and violent crime severity.
But
So-
that seems to me, I mean, you're using different metrics, which is fine, right? And that's okay. But I'm trying to get at is this: if this analysis continues to be, and I hear from business leaders, some business leaders, not all, that despite spending the highest per capita, they feel that our city is the least safest. Right? So there's a correlation. I just trying to understand that too, right? If we continue on this path, not get the outcomes we want, citizen satisfaction continues to be a concern. That's one. Maybe I'll ask it a different way. Have we undertaken any analysis of the police budget? Not we, Commission. Has Commission undertaken any analysis of the police budget? Like how much are we spending on frontline officers? How much are we spending on middle management? How much are we spending on people who are not on the front lines but helping behind the scene? Has line by line analysis of police budget done to show that we are getting the value for money?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And a couple of takes on this. I mean, we have continually asked the service to find ways of reducing, reallocating, of paring down whatever they can to the bare minimum. We had 3 days of discussions in June on how to reduce their spending. And that included a very, very detailed, I don't know I could say line by line, but certainly a very deep review of all of their lines of business and what they can do differently and how they could either reallocate or better utilize the funds that they've been allocated and how they continue to be effective at providing community safety while paring down their spending.
No, I appreciate that, but I'm not seeing in the budget. Like I'm seeing from 2010 to 2020, police budget increased by 60%. Right? So I'm not seeing that in the dollars being saved, or maybe or avoided, right? Additional expenditures that may occur if you were not to seek those efficiencies. So that's what I'm trying to get at. Like in per capita analysis shows different story. Ongoing budget increases tell different story as well. Same story.
Sorry, I'll just comment on the per capita piece. That is one measure in a basket of measures that need to be looked at when you consider policing in context. So there's multiple measures in that report and multiple measures that are used at the national level to compare police services, not necessarily by budget, but by activities and work that's required. So to use Calgary as a simple example, we're 30% higher on our crime rate. That's incidents per 100,000 individuals within that city. We are on raw incidents, almost 9,000 higher than Calgary is, although they have a population 300,000 larger than ours. People have to respond to those calls and have to do thorough investigations because we have legislative responsibilities. There's only so much time in a day for each officer to be able to take on calls for service and do the investigations to the standards we need to do. So I think when we look at our budgeting process to the chair and the comments he's made, we have to look at more than one measure, and we have to look at the types of things that are in the funding formula, the proposal that's before you around population, inflation, and everything else at the same time.
Yeah. In a way, I'm sorry if I sound frustrated, but despite budget increases, despite all the money we are spending, we still continue to hear from people that our city is not safe, our downtown is not safe, our Chinatown is not safe. So that's the source of frustration as well, right? So I'll take the chair back and I'll go to Councillor Hamilton for questions.
Thank you. I just want to follow up on maybe some of the questions. And where do I start? Maybe with you, Mr. Anderson. Regional policing models are difficult across to measure across Canada because we have different regions. But if we look at the cost of policing Edmonton, we have for lack of a better term, we'll call them the ratepayer, the people who live in Edmonton and pay for it. But then we have another set of users that are not paying for the policing service, and yet the police have to provide that service, correct?
Yeah, that would be correct, and each city would have its own sort of makeup of what that looks like coming in from outside.
And for Edmonton, it's a little bit of folks who have landed in Edmonton for one reason or another, be it health, education, or social services needs. But we also have sort of a larger employ to the region because Edmonton being the largest police service is often tracking things like organized crime or other.
Yeah, so we would play a larger role in those than some of the small services, medicine, et cetera. I think when you talk about what brings people to the city, we have to look at Edmonton has multiple correctional institutions. People do tend to stay once they get out of those institutions, as compared to other communities that don't have them. We do have that larger population base of communities right attached virtually to Edmonton, where people are coming and going in and out of that. And those people enjoy the benefits of that, but they also bring some issues to the community that we have to deal with at the same time.
That's good, thank you. Another thing I wanted to address with you was lagging indicators, because if we look at that timeline in the last 10 years, you see, and I say this as someone who knows Edmonton as Stabmonton, you know, from the early 2000s, that narrative of Edmonton not being a safe city is a tale as old as time, I'm afraid, and something that I'd like to see corrected in my lifetime at least. I'm 20, so we have a long time to work on. But one of the things I notice is you see, say, a spike in crime severity, and then 2 years later, you see a spike in personnel costs. And then you see crime severity go down, and then you see personnel costs level off because they never go down, and so forth. So maybe because I know your role is data-driven, you can speak to lagging indicators and how the kind of, just speak to lagging indicators.
Yeah, so in a 10-year time frame like you're referring to, we have to look at a number of different things. Population changes dramatically in 10 years as well. Mm-hmm. But as a general trend, if you look at policing in general in Canada and crime, the trend has been downwards as far as overall crime goes. Now, that's due to many different factors, including the way that police engage the community differently these days. When we look at the lagging indicators, that's true for the prevention items too. We don't have a prevention item that happens today and you get immediate change in your crime stats tomorrow. The important thing as we look at the longer term for us is, are we closing the gap and passing other communities to reach where you want to be, which is where the safe community, where we're not using names for Edmonton that aren't Edmonton, I guess would be the way to put it. So budgeting based around one number, as we talked about, whether it's CSI or some other calculation, isn't good enough. You have to look at that whole basket, and there's lots of, there's a framework for national police performance metrics that's out there, which we include in our strategic planning. There's the Kavanaugh work that's in the report in front of you. It requires more than one lens to look at this as a wholesome piece and consider how we want to do that and what the expectations are.
Great, thank you. And maybe Mr. Corley, on this round, with respect to, I'm going to say research and limitations on research. I know that you're a fairly well-respected mind in the space of policing and police governance, and a critical voice in that space as well. One of the challenges that I hear time and again from the public, from elected officials, is the lack of transparency with police data. And that is that, and my context is in Edmonton, is that a challenge that police services and commissions and boards across Canada are dealing with?
I think certainly where it does is certainly less than it was even a decade ago. There's been a real sea change in terms of transparency and openness from police services, generally speaking.
And I've run out of time, so I might have to come back on the second round. Thank you.
Yeah, can you move the second round, please?
I will move the second round.
Thank you. Second by Councillor Rice. Please vote for the second round.
It's on its way.
Okay.
We're good to go, Mr. Mayor.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, Councillor Rutherford.
Hi, yes, thank you. I would like to make an amendment to the motion on the floor that attachment 1 be removed.
Second.
Madam Clerk, can you show the motion on the?
We're just gonna load it in. We're just gonna give MJ 30 seconds to load it.
Okay, in the meantime, Councillor Rutherford, you want to make the introduction for that amendment and ask questions, or what?
I'd just like to introduce the
You go ahead.
amendment.
Yeah.
So I think, as been highlighted by a few people, and I definitely don't think that this is a space to adjudicate this or to make this a topic of discussion at this table, but I do think from my role, accepting this information is potentially perceived as condoning the perceived conflict of interest that does or does not exist with this report, and I can't in good conscience do that. So what this amendment essentially does is, in effect, removes that attachment so we can accept Min's report of the initial body of the report in attachment 2, but it takes this one out of it to send the message that regardless of the process, and I think there is procurement processes that the commission does need to look at in terms of how they're, even if there's no actual conflict, a perceived conflict is just as important in this chair as it is in those chairs. So that was my intent with removing. Now, I do also think that there is some inherent biases in the document that I did read, and so that's another reason why I think it needs to be removed. I think the literature review is a great example of how I can tell you that there is absolutely other literature that is pertinent and relevant that was not included in this, and that makes me doubt the quality of that content and accepting that for information. So for those reasons, I wanted to do this amendment so we can have a path forward.
Good, thank you, thank you, Councillor. So now we will focus our questions on the amendment. Councillor Paquette, questions on the amendment?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Jans, questions on the amendment?
No.
Councillor Cartmel, questions on the amendment?
Yes.
Go ahead.
So I guess to the commission, I'm looking at attachment 1 and I'm looking at the cover page. And it says Community Safety Knowledge Alliance, and that's the only logo, the only corporate brand, the only tag. The second page speaks to the authors. Mr. Corley, Caitlin Brown, and it says MNP, and Chad Lynn's MNP. Were those authors operating in their role as employees of that firm, or were they operating as volunteers or in some other personal way?
Thank you, Councillor. They were getting paid for this product under the work commissioned by the commission.
So MNP was getting paid?
Correct, as well as Bill Hughes from the Monk Institute.
So why then are those partnership corporate logos on the cover page of the report?
And I would ask Mr. Corley, that's probably best.
Maybe I'm sorry, I'm happy to have Mr. Corley respond, but this is why I'm asking. There's an apprehension of bias that is being expressed by my colleagues. And I'm concerned that apprehension of bias is extending to people who acted in good faith in their role as employees of a firm that I do not have an apprehension of bias with. So I'm a little concerned that the apprehension of bias extends to people inappropriately.
Yeah, so perhaps I can illuminate a bit on that. So in both cases of MNP, the two that you've mentioned, Caitlin Brown and Chad Lynn's, together with Bill Hughes at the Monk School, they were brought in under our umbrella. We subcontracted with them to form part of, which is standard that's standard procedure within the organization. We assemble teams of various, well, depending on the project, they come from various academia and otherwise.
Thank you. That's all my questions.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. Councillor Wright, questions on the amendment?
Questions on the amendment.
Go ahead.
Just following up on that, so then if MNP was working on your behalf, they weren't independent? They were being paid by you as well as Monk School?
Well, I don't know that because they were being paid by me, they weren't independent or operating as an independent agency. MNP follows its own standard industry-wide practices in terms of how it carries out analysis and such. So to that extent, but we reached out and invited them in to participate in this project because of the talent and the particular skill sets that were required by virtue of the nature of the work.
Okay, thank you. And my other question then is for, I guess, Ms. Padbury. You'd mentioned that for attachment 2, you drew the data from attachment 1. If we do delete this attachment 1, what does that do to the validity of the data that you've got for attachment 2?
So just to be clear, in attachment 2, the very first table is a table compiled by City of Edmonton staff, the 2021 table. The other 2 tables were produced with permission from the Police Commission.
Okay, so the validity of it still stands? Like, it's still good data? Like,
So I'm maybe not sure how to answer that. We make no comment on the data itself. That's why I think the report was ultimately appended to it. I only had the ability to answer the question for the 2021 year because many of the police forces, you can't find the historical budget information. When we became aware that there was information from for a 10-year period, we asked to include that in our report.
okay, so you relied on the information received from the commission? You entered the data from the information?
We simply picked up the tables to offer a longer viewpoint.
Okay, thank you.
Also, Councillor, if I may, MNP is confident in their data, and they would welcome an opportunity to share that with the city auditor if they would like.
Just for clarification, I don't know that all of the data from the other police services, we have no agreement from them. They provided their data for this particular project, but MNP will certainly meet with anyone from the city to walk through methodology, et cetera, findings, et cetera.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next, Councillor Knack, questions on the amendment?
Yeah, just a quick process question to our Madam Clerk. I don't think I've had a motion like this. So this is what does that essentially mean if this gets passed that we remove any reference to it on wouldn't be included on the website, or what does that look like?
So thank you for the question. So there is no motion to delete something. Council's already added this material to its agenda and it's discussed it. I can't undo that. The amendment that's on the floor is to amend the main motion, which is to receive all of this for information, which for clarity doesn't actually mean anything. But removing the attachment means if the amendment passes and the main motion as amended passes, council will receive the body of the report, which is the report template, and just attachment 2. Attachment 1 will not be received for information. I am not deleting attachment 1 from any of your materials.
But it still exists. So if somebody went and pulled up the meeting minutes or the meeting agenda, they would still be able to see this report essentially.
100%.
Okay, that's what I wanted to confirm. Thank you.
Thank you so much. See no more questions. Councillor Cartmel, can you take the chair? I just have a couple of questions on this.
Yeah, I have the chair, Mercer.
Thank you. I have no doubt that what you said about Chief's involvement, absolutely, and no doubt about MNP, independence, and others who engaged. So Police Commission's contract was with Community Safety Knowledge Alliance, right?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Right. And before entering into that contract, was Commission aware of Chief's involvement in this organization as a volunteer?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
And you made that decision with full knowledge. Were there any discussions about perceived conflict of interest, or were there any consideration given to that?
There were discussions at closed meetings about the chief's role in CKSA, but there's no conflict of interest because he doesn't, he's not a paid member of that organization. No one at the commission is a paid member of that organization. So the conflict doesn't exist.
Okay, real conflict may not exist, but what I want to understand is that did you think about perceived conflict of interest?
There was a discussion
Okay.
late last year about that, and the choice was to proceed with CKSA based on their expertise and the partners they brought into the project.
Okay, all right. I will take the chair back and go to folks who want to speak to this. Consular.
Mr. Mayor, actually, maybe I might have some questions now, if that's okay.
Okay.
I didn't think I did, but based on the answers.
Okay, I'll get the
it has
chair
been
back.
in my mind.
Go ahead, Councillor Paquette, questions.
Thank you. So Councillor Carmel raises a very good point. I am also concerned that by removing this report, you include MMP in this and the folks who were assigned to this file. I don't think that's fair for them. I'm assuming that it's the same case with the monk. But I also don't know what the solution is with this perceived conflict, which is real and which is problematic. And so I put it to the delegation to help me navigate this.
So, Matt, you want to? Yeah, go ahead.
Apologies if to reiterate the commission chair's point, MMP would be happy to work with the city auditor to look at the processes, findings, and data, and with the intent being that he report back to yourselves to provide some assurances on that the data is clean and that CKSA and the report partners.
I just have to interrupt you. No one doubts the data, but the perception of conflict is there. And some people might say, well, okay, data's good, but what's the analysis? And that's where it starts getting tricky. And I'm sure you see that. I mean, let's put it all on the table. I mean, it's obvious. So I'm just looking for some guidance here.
You want to direct your question to any specific member of the delegation?
Whoever can best answer. I'm not going to presuppose that.
Well, I am not hearing any answer.
So we're in a bit of a quandary here.
Maybe to Mr. Barker, or I don't want to. Sorry, I picked. If I picked.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor and Councillor. You know, your point is taken, but the matter is not here for decision. So, I take your point, Councillor. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, but that doesn't actually help us with this question.
Yeah, it doesn't. But I think council members would have to make their own judgment when we vote.
Okay, but the question I had was, there is this issue. We're all here. We're all adults, and I'm just hoping that someone who helped compile this report might have an answer to this. Sounds like there isn't. Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
I'm happy to answer that. Once again, if you just clarify your question one more time. And I guess my question is around when you say it's the interpretation of the data that's concerned. I'm stuck there a little bit.
I think the question is on the perceived conflict of interest.
Yeah, from your question, Councillor, was in relation to somebody who was part of drafting the report. As I said earlier, given the nature of this project, the commission made to us, and looking at their request, what their problematic was, I didn't personally think that this was the type of issue. I mean, it was a straight analysis of some pretty basic data, some basic interpretation of what that meant, and feeding that back to it. So I get the point in terms of, potential, but in terms of any real conflict, there isn't one. And
well, let me put it this way. This report is going to be used as one of the tools for us to determine what funding formula should be. And I think everyone on council wants to ensure that we have that we are funding EPS in an appropriate fashion, and that they are able to do their job, and that we are looking after the best interests of tax dollars for the public. And if there is even the slightest whiff of a conflict of interest, that throws into doubt the decision we can make on how we fund according to what is presented to us. I'm out of time.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Jens. Now, okay, are we done with questions on this, on the amendment? No more questions? Okay, now to speak, Councillor Jens.
I was to speak to the main motion.
Yeah, go ahead, just start speaking.
No, we have
Or
to
to
go
the
through
main
amendment
motion.
first.
We have amendment on the,
Yeah,
we're
so
speaking
vote
to
on the
amendment. Anyone to speak to amendment?
I'll speak to it, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, Councillor Rutherford moved it, so I'll go to her last. Councillor Paquette, go ahead.
I actually want to vote against this amendment because I never want to lose information. I'm very concerned. I've never been in this type of quandary on a decision in my time on council. Not once. I have to go back to a public that on one hand might say, perceived conflict of interest, whatever. But if that was, I just don't see how I can, in good conscience, look one of my residents straight in the eye and say, yes, there's a perceived conflict of interest. But we voted to keep the report anyway because, other people also worked on it, and they had no conflict. And this puts us in a particular tight spot. And it's extremely frustrating. I understand Councillor Rutherford's motivation for putting this on the floor, and I don't necessarily disagree with it. And so I actually don't know which way I am going to vote. I've got scarce minutes here to decide. And it looks like people are weighing in, and maybe that will help me with a decision. But, Mr. Mayor, if you were on a board that determined the funding that ultimately meant your salary or anything else, there would be questions, and serious questions, whether you were participating or not. And that standard should be the same for every person who works in service of the public. So I will be very interested in hearing what my colleagues have to say going forward. And I do not take this lightly in any fashion, and it's extremely frustrating because we want to ensure that we have the best data possible to inform how we fund police so that they can do their job. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Jens, are you speaking or are you moving yourself on it? Okay. Can you remove yourself if you don't mind, please? Councillor Cartmel.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. So specifically on this amendment then, I'm trying to find the words to articulate what my thought process here. And so I understand where Councillor Paquette and others are coming from. I understand that we see, the chief's name attached to an organization that produced a report that reinforces the service and the commission's desire for a funding formula, just to state it plainly, and that there is a perceived conflict, that there's undue influence at work here because a volunteer with an organization that has expressed an opinion has somehow been able to compel this organization, CKSA, if I have that right? CSKA, thank you, and through that organization further compelled professionals to potentially compromise their professional ethics to write a report that contains advice, contrary to their professional understanding or their professional interpretation. So I kind of apply that to my own situation. It's kind of like saying that if I stand to benefit from a real estate deal, and the real estate deal includes a building, and if an engineering report came and suggested that that building was of lesser value than it was and I stood to benefit, that I could somehow compel some other engineering firm to write that report and benefit from it, and that principals or that people involved in that process would compromise their own ethics and their own principles to preordain an outcome. And I absolutely appreciate the apprehension of a bias or the apprehension of the suggestion or of the perception of a bias. But we're catching other people up when we say that this report should not be received because somebody's name is attached tangentially to the organization. And we've got people in our own administration that have their own professional ethics that have included this report in an administration report. Are we suggesting that they have compromised it too? Are we suggesting that somewhere in administration, those that have their own associations, that their report, their own jury of peers, their own ethical environment that they work in, that they have compromised their ethics to ensure that this report gets to this table? That's stretching it pretty thin. And if we individually have that apprehension of bias that this report should not be considered, or that the arithmetic should be considered but not the analysis or conclusions, we can all make that determination personally and quietly in the next conversation. When we talk about the arithmetic that we might want to apply or not apply, when we talk about an algorithm or a formula or an automatic increase or decrease, we can decide individually whether we like the application of this information or we want to move away from it. But by passing this amendment, we are essentially saying not that Chief McPhee has compromised his ethics or that the CSKA has compromised their ethics, but all of the people together that have put this report in front of us have compromised their ethics. That is the implication of passing this amendment. And I think that's a very dangerous place to be. Every day we make the judgments about whether we're going to accept the information put in front of us or rely on some other frame of reference. So I think we got to be really careful here. I think to some degree I understand the apprehension of bias and I understand the feedback that perhaps some have received, but I just asked us to consider that how much of that is wrapped up in the conclusion of the report that some don't like, as opposed to an actual bias that might have been at work in writing the report. Thank you.
Point of order. Point of order.
Yes,
Mr.
Consular.
Mayor, I'm sorry, I was wondering if the clerk could clarify again, what is the actual impact am I to understand whether we vote in favor of accepting this or not, or the amendment, it doesn't have a material difference? It's just, am I to understand that is acceptance just a formality, that it really doesn't matter, it really doesn't say anything, or does it say something? I'm a little confused now, sincerely.
Well, it's my understanding that a report will remain as part of the agenda, but only thing is that as a council, we will not be accepting the report, that's all. Madam Clerk?
Yeah, so the
If
motion,
if this approves. Right, go ahead.
so the motion to receive something for information doesn't mean anything. However, it has always been the practice that once an item has been presented to you either by an external party or by admin, in order to end the debate, something has to happen with it. So the original motion that was put in the floor was to accept the bundle of information, which is the body of the report and 2 attachments. A motion has been put on the floor to amend that, an amendment, to take out one of those parts from receiving it for information, which is absolutely in order. If that amendment passes, I'm not removing anything from the agenda, I'm not removing anything from the internet. The material will stand in the package as it was originally presented to council. If the amendment passes, the motion on the floor as amended is to receive the body of the report from admin and the 1 attachment for information. It doesn't approve anything. All it means is you've accepted it, and that's the end of it.
Right, so an item that is not received for information, it doesn't actually mean it's rejected or problematic or anything. It's just a symbolic vote, and then we conclude the item. Is that kind of it?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson to speak.
Well, yes, I think that the question of a conflict of interest is a governance one at the commission level, and I think it's somewhat separate to our decision. For me, when I'm, accepting something for information, we do accept reports from many different agencies and groups external to the city. And for me, accepting for information is accepting, both the content of the report, but also the meta information about its origins and its context. I think the way for us to voice our concerns is what we've done today, and sort of flagging that those concerns here. Similar to Councillor Paquette, I'm just not quite sure, the meaning in either way in terms of accepting or not. I think either way, for me, it's about understanding the report in its entirety, both its contents and its origins, which I think we do for all the information that comes in front of us. So I will reflect further and look forward to my colleagues' comments.
Thank you. Councillor Wright.
Thank you. So I'll be voting against the amendment to remove the attachment, but not necessarily relying on the data that's contained in it in order to move forward with the next item for the funding formula request.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor, anyone else to speak? So Councillor Tang, can you sign up as well, please?
I'm trying to, it's spinning.
Go ahead.
Okay. I'll keep it pretty simple. I think despite the best intent not to litigate, we're litigating. And so I appreciate, this being, I appreciate Councillor Rutherford for putting this forward. I think this whole conversation just reminds me a little bit of lots of conversation I've had, certainly with, the ethics advisor for council itself, and we talk a lot about perceived and real conflicts of, conflict of interest. And I guess, I feel like we as council members, we go to great length to try to be proactive, or as certainly that's the, the advice and approach I try to take is to be proactive about, even if it's not a real conflict of interest, but be proactive in disclosing and thinking about that and sharing, even if at the end of the day it doesn't result in any real tangible impact, financial or otherwise. But I'm very mindful of just that proactive piece. So I will be supporting this. And, I appreciate the intent, and I think that intent is important. So that's all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you. The list disappeared.
The next speaker is, I've got Councillor Rutherford as well as Councillor Rice.
Councillor Rice to speak.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I do want to speak starting with evidence-based decision-making. process. As a governance body, and we always make a decision, we're looking for the information, and we're looking for the data, we're looking for evidence. I want to be very short, because this report attachment, the budget review provide lots of the data we need for our next item discussion and conversation. By looking at the report, even generated by administration, in the report you can see how many places refers to this attachment. I want to remind my colleagues to look at that report. That's his number one. Number two, and for the attachment 2, and then how many tables out of 3 tables attached referred to the attachment 1. So to me, this attachment 1 provides the fundamental data for us to move forward to generate this report, which is the main motion we're going to receive as information, and also generate the attachment 2. And if we remove this, and to me, and that evidence-based decision-making process is not existing anymore. So I cannot stand for that. Since I become counselor, and then this is my fundamental principle for me to make decision, to look at objective data and in the report. And thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. And Councillor Cartmel, can you take the chair, please?
I have the chair.
Thank you. I appreciate Councillor Rutherford flagging this, actually making this amendment, and the discussion that is taking place, because it's important for us to flag these kind of issues for good governance. But I would not support the amendment for many reasons that Councillor Cartmel has articulated, because I have no doubt about the independence of MNP or Monk or CSKA, and I hear Commission, and I believe that that chief had no influence whatsoever in that decision making. And you can always dispute data, but I think the integrity of the people who presented this data with their professionalism, there will be different views on it, absolutely, but I need to accept that. I accept that integrity. But I do want to flag, though, we need to be very careful as we engage in the perception of conflict. As we make judgments, as we make decisions, we need to be absolutely clear and transparent that do whatever we can in our capacity that there's no even perceived conflict. I know we can't be 100% perfect all the time, but we need to be very, very careful. That's why I appreciate this conversation, because it allows us to be more vigilant about what the decision that we make and how we engage with outside parties and the perceived conflict of interest. Yeah. And I'll take the chair back, and I'll go to Councillor Rutherford to close.
Yes, thank you very much, and thank you for this debate. I want to start by going back to the original motion that led to this report, and that it was that administration conducted jurisdictional scan of comparables across the police. So what we have in attachment 1 is, in fact, good data. And I want to first and foremost apologize if that was not articulated by me, because there is good data in there, absolutely. But what I heard today also was that the creation of this data, the starting point or the thesis that you were trying to get to is a funding formula the best way to fund police or not, which is different from the intent of the original motion that generated this report, which is just give us some data across a publicly available data. And I'm also hearing today how problematic it is that there's a lack of publicly available data across police jurisdictions, and I think that is a whole bigger problem that we should be talking about. Absolutely. If we have to have one person with an in, and one organization with an in, to do it because they can get that data and access to data that others can't, that is concerning to me. While I recognize that this motion and this amendment is largely symbolic, I think it is absolutely meaningful. Because for me, the choice I was faced was, if I didn't put this amendment on the floor, I would have voted no to accepting for information. And in doing that, I probably would have been criticized for being ideological and not being data-driven and evidence-based, as one of my colleagues even did today. By putting this on the floor, it brings it back to the debate around a perceived conflict of interest. And I want to be clear that my personal moral compass, I would not accept for information any report from any external body where I had been aware of a perceived conflict of interest. And that's what the intent of this is today for me. I will leave it at that. I think we've debated this to a significant level, but I do want to end, I guess, with my remaining time by thanking administration for their work on this report, thanking the commission for providing information that helped inform this report. Again, I don't think that more information is a problem, and I think that it's about the method of how we get it and even when we got it is more the issue here. I hope that I have support from my colleagues and they understand that, at least even if this fails, what I was trying to do in this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. So please vote.
We're just waiting for one more vote. We have all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the votes, please. That is defeated. We are back to the original motion on the floor. Was there a list of speakers on that, Madam Clerk?
Yeah, we're just putting it back up.
Okay.
There was nobody on the board, Mr.
Was
Mayor.
nobody on the board? Okay. Any questions on, sorry, you just to speak. Two questions. Two questions. Anybody have any questions on the motion on the floor? No, anyone to speak? Councillor Jans.
Okay, so to confirm, we're back to the main motion.
Yes,
We're debating receipt of information now on the whole package?
that's right.
Okay. Yeah, no, I'm fine to move on to number 2. I think we've covered a lot of it, so, yep, that's it.
Okay, anyone else to speak? This was moved by Councillor Principe, right? Councillor Principe, you want to close?
No, thank you. That's
No?
okay. Thanks,
Okay,
Mayor.
please vote.
Oh, no.
You got it?
I voted wrong.
We're just going to reset the vote for just
Okay.
Councillor Rutherford, or did you?
Okay,
Okay, we're going to do that again, Mr. Mayor.
yeah, okay, send it again, please.
We're just waiting for 2 more votes. We have all the votes.
Okay, display the votes, please.
We're We're just refreshing eScribe so that it can display the results. I can show from my screen. I need to take over. I can't tell. Here, I got it. Not that you can see that, but it carried 11 to 2.
Carried 11 to 2, thank you. Now we are on to item 7.2, Edmonton Police Service revised funding formula and a related policy. So what I would suggest, colleagues, that we get a presentation from administration and the delegation. Then we focus one round of question on clarifying questions only. Then we postpone the decision of this item to, that'll be October 7th, Madam Clerk, right? That we would have to find, that we have found a time for this, right? And at that date, we can go in depth into the report, and if there are amendments that we consider there and debated, and or whether we make a decision on that day or not, we'll decide on that day. Is that okay that we take presentation, one round of clarifying questions, then we stop that debate today and do it at the next date? Madam Clerk, any guidance on that, on the date?
Is that agreeable to?
Yeah.
So is that agreeable, or are you doing this
Yeah.
by unanimous consent, or are you calling a vote so that?
No, I'm just taking, if people have questions, please line up to speak or ask questions. So that's the idea, is that we debate this on the 7th, right? Then we have, that day is for budget discuss strategy, and we will find that we'll do that on 21st of March. The budget strategy will be delayed 2 weeks. Yeah, okay. I think delaying this to 2 weeks probably may not, like if there are amendments to this, may not give enough time to administration to come back, right? So I think the sooner we can give some sense, it'll be better. Delaying 2 weeks may not be enough time for commission and service and administration to work on some amendments. Can you sign up? Yeah.
Sorry, I was just thinking that Friday might be too short of a turnaround if there is questions that need further follow-up, if we can get that all by Friday, or if meeting again on the 21st just gives more time to follow up on some of those questions.
Yeah, I don't know, but I think even if we are not satisfied on Friday, then it might have to be another date, right? So, yeah, we need to start discussion sometime on this, right? So, okay, is that okay, everyone? Councilor Wright, go ahead. Yeah.
So I just want to maybe clarify for the public, the reason that we are looking to delay it was because we didn't have the 5 clear days from the report being made
So
public.
I think delaying but till Friday allows us time, allows public to correspondence with us, right? If they have any concerns or comments or input on this item.
And then if we do have any further questions that need further follow-up, we can always, on Friday, we can
Friday
always
will be-
refer the report back
Yeah,
for
yeah.
more information.
Yes.
Okay, thank you
Friday
very
will
much.
be a regular debate on this item, and the council could decide anything that council wants to decide. Okay, all right. Oh, sorry,
no,
Councilor Principe?
Yeah. I just wanted to say that I'm actually ready to vote in favor today. So, but having said that, Madam Clerk, do we need a consensus in order to
I would always
delay, or
suggest
is
that
it a vote?
Yeah, so my recommendation to the chair would be when a process that belongs to council is being augmented, it would be great to have consent. If there isn't consent, that I would suggest that there is a vote to change your processes.
Okay, then I would request a vote, please.
Okay,
So Mr. Mayor.
what would the motion be?
So you're going to have the presentation, and then you're going to have one round of questions,
Yeah.
and then the motion would be to limit the discussion to that, and that would require, I'll need to just double check, but I think that'll just require a majority vote.
Okay.
You can do that now, or you can just start the presentation and do one round and see where you're at.
No, I'd rather see the motion and be dealt with it, then we can go into.
Sorry, you know, just because it's still my time, I'll jump in quickly.
Good.
I'll agree to, then in order to simplify it
Okay,
to.
good. Thank you. I
For
would
my
appreciate-
colleagues,
thank
I'll
you.
agree to do
Appreciate that, Councillor Principe. Okay, Councillor Stevenson, no questions, right? Okay, good. All right, so we got an understanding. Presentation, one round on clarifications only, then we will pursue the debate on the 7th. Okay, all right, go ahead to our administration.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. We do have a presentation today on the Edmonton Police Service Funding Formula recommendations. With me in the delegation today from administration is Stacey Padbury, Harm Rai, Branch Manager of Financial Services, and Jody Graham, Director of Budget Planning and Development. And from the Edmonton Police Commission, we have Chair John McDougall and Executive Director Matt Barker. And we also have Chief Innovation from EPS. We have Chief Innovation and Technology Officer Ron Anderson and Executive Director Rob Davidson. I won't go through the entire history of the funding formula as we covered that in June. I did want to show this slide though, and just a couple of points of reference. Prior to the 2016-18 budget cycle, the EPS was operating, the operating budget was determined as part of the city's budget process in a manner consistent with all other civic departments. Requests for increases to the annual EPS budget were approved by City Council and submitted as part of a proposed budget, and growth to the budget was generally done through service packages. The city set aside a portion of the municipal budget to cover the impact of collective bargaining settlements and later allocated to EPS when those labor contracts were finalized. 2016 to 2018, since 2016, EPS funding has been determined using a funding formula, initially introduced as part of the 16 to 2018 budget. The original intention of the funding formula was actually to constrain growth in line with the population plus inflation while providing funding certainty to allow for long-term budgeting and workforce planning. Use of the funding formula over the 2016 to 2018 and an Office of the City Auditor on Police Staffing identified aspects of the formula that required improvement, including the need for a policy to outline how the formula is intended to work, details regarding the calculation and application of the funding formula, and clarity on what is covered and what is excluded from the funding formula. As a result, in June 2018, City Council approved the Edmonton Police Service Funding Formula Policy C604 to replace the original 2016 to 2018 funding formula. At the same time, Council approved the Edmonton Police Service Reserve. The funding formula was used to approve the 2019 to 2022 operating budget for EPS, and as part of that budget, deliberations in the fall of 2018. In July of 2020, Council passed a multi-part motion that created the Community Safety and Wellbeing Task Force. At the same time, Council also directed administration to reduce the EPS operating budget by $11 million over 21 and 22 and suspend the Edmonton Police Funding Formula Policy C604. On April 6, 2021, the task force shared its finding with Council through its Safer for All report. Also at the April 6, 2021 meeting, City Council requested that further analysis be completed in revising the formula, including peer funding level comparators and performance accountability mechanisms. In June of 2022, administration presented its community safety and well-being strategy and framework and provided further analysis on the EPS funding formula. As a reminder, in June 2022, Council directed administration to work in consultation with the Edmonton Police Service and the Edmonton Police Commission to develop a revised funding formula and related policy. Administration has worked with both the service and the commission to develop the formula that is before you today. Development of the formula was a collaborative effort, and members of the service and commission met with individuals from financial corporate services over the past few months, including full-day workshops and to work through the various aspects of the formula. And it was very detailed and complicated work, and a lot of information was reviewed as part of that. I want to just speak quickly to the late release of the report. I want to make sure everybody knows I apologize to Council and the public that it was not released in the 10 days ahead of time. This is 100% my accountability as city manager. And the mistake I made was when we discussed the detail of this on the 30 August ARC. I was concerned about the time, but did not say anything. And So as a result of this one, I've asked the chief of staff of the city and the city clerk to make sure that at future ARC meetings, we talk about deliberately as part of the agenda concerns we may have with meeting deadlines on reports, and that's the if you will, the service change I've made as a result of this experience. So, but it was 100% my accountability. I was a little worried about it at that ARC meeting, but I didn't stand up and say anything. And in retrospect, I should have said that we would have had challenges meeting that deadline. So having said that, I'll now pass it over to Stacey to go through the details of the proposed funding formula. Thanks.
Thank you. In the early discussion on the development of the formula, the Edmonton Police Service, Edmonton Police Commission, and City Administration landed on the following principles to guide the development of the funding formula. That Edmonton Police Service is essential for the provision of public safety, that certainty and predictability are important for long-term planning, that clarity of accountability is necessary while respecting the boundaries of the Police Act, the Municipal Government Act, and the statutory function of police, and that police are part of community safety and well-being where there is interconnectivity and interdependency. Next slide, please. The revised policy clarifies what financial impacts are intended to be managed as part of the funding formula and what is not intended to be covered. The funding formula is intended to provide funding in response to population growth, inflation, and operating impacts of capital that are funded by the Edmonton Police Service. So these are their primarily smaller scale capital projects within the purview of the service and the commission. The funding formula is not intended to provide funding for any of the following: major capital projects such as new buildings or facilities, salary settlements under collective bargaining agreements, significant changes in legislation, significant urban growth as a result of annexation, operating impacts of police-initiated capital projects that are approved by City Council as part of the capital budget, and operating impacts of City of Edmonton-initiated capital projects that increase the demand for policing. Items not intended to be addressed by the funding formula will be brought forward, however, for approval as part of the city's operating budget. Next slide, please. The revised policy nests a formula for growth as part of the overall tax-supported funding. While growth is based on expenditures, the growth is added to the police budget net of revenue. I'll go through these components in more detail on the next slide. Under the revised funding formula, the total tax-supported funding is the sum of the following: the tax-supported funding for Edmonton Police Service for the previous fiscal year, plus the value calculated by the funding formula embedded in this policy, plus the value of Edmonton Police Service salary settlements, which are budgeted and held corporately until the ratification of a collective bargaining agreement. Based on previous decisions of Council, the funding formula will start at $407 million, which reflects the combined tax-supported and reserve funding of the Edmonton Police Service. This will disconnect the funding formula from the Traffic Safety and Automated Enforcement Reserve, which provided a fixed level of funding of $22.3 million for the reserve in each year. Because the starting point for the formula each year is the tax-supported funding, police must manage their existing revenue. Reductions in revenue do not impact the funding provided. If other sources of funding are reduced, EPS will need to be able to respond over time with reduced expenditures. Next slide, please. The formula for growth defined by this policy is split into two categories: personnel and non-personnel. Growth for personnel is linked only to population growth. Approximately 82% of the operating budget for the Edmonton Police Service is salaries. Growth is provided under the formula for population growth to allow growth of the service to match the growth of the city without deteriorating service levels. Inflation is not considered in this component of the formula, as salary settlements will be budgeted corporately and transferred upon ratification of a collective bargaining agreement. City administration works with senior leadership of the Edmonton Police Service to negotiate collective bargaining agreements for the Edmonton Police Service, and mandates are set by City Council. The second part of the formula for growth relates only to the non-personnel expenditure budget and links this budget to inflation using a non-personnel inflation calculator, which is ultimately calculated by city administration. This results in an adjustment for relevant inflationary factors and excludes any impact of personnel inflation. Next slide, please. This formula has an upper limit. The ratio of 30% is designed to hold Edmonton Police Service at a ratio comparing their budget to the combined total of the rest of the tax-supported department budgets, excluding EPS. The ratio might appear higher than the percentages that are often disclosed, so I want to take a moment to clarify. This calculation is EPS divided by civic department budgets. There are often different numbers cited when comparing EPS funding in relation to the city budget. For example, EPS expenditure budget is $481 million. The combined total of all civic departments is $1.6 billion. Sorry, just gotta switch my pages here. So, frequently during budget, we disclose that EPS expenditures as a proportion of total tax-supported expenditures is 15.6%. This is $481 million in expenditures, over $3 billion in total citywide expenditures, including Edmonton Police Service and corporate programs. This is the number that you often see reflected in the budget document. We also frequently disclose that EPS net operating requirement as a percentage of the total tax levy. And that number frequently is 22%. This is the net operating requirement of $385 million, so expenses less revenues of EPS divided by the total taxes levied in the city budget of approximately $1.77 billion. This was a number that was often quoted last year during the fall deliberations. This ratio in this policy compares police expenditures to the combined total of civic department expenditures and is what we'll use for the proposed funding formula. It's calculated as $481 million divided by $1.6 billion, or 30% for the 2022 year. This means that if the budget of civic departments is not increased, police funding will not be increased. It replaces the notion of an efficiency factor and imposes similar constraints on EPS that are imposed on other civic departments. The intention of defining the maximum ratio is to limit EPS funding in periods where the city is constraining or reducing other civic departments. Next slide, please. Recognizing that the funding formula could not address all possible scenarios where changes in funding might be required, the policy identifies 4 situations where the Edmonton Police Service funding can be adjusted by service package. And that is where additional funds are required to manage financial impacts of significant legislative changes, where the city implements a policy, a program, or a service that increases the demand for policing, where partnership opportunities are identified between the Edmonton Police Service and the community safety and well-being service providers that may require additional police resourcing, and where additional funds are required for operating impacts of capital in instances where City Council approved the capital profile. Next slide, please. There are a couple of other items to note in the policy. The funding will be based on forecasts with a true-up to actual population growth and experience inflation required every 2 years. The policy also requires that before adjustments are made to the funding formula, a non-statutory public hearing is required. Before we go to questions, I will turn it to Chair McDougall for some comments.
Thank you, councillors, for inviting me here today to speak on this important matter. Community safety and inclusivity are civic core values for the Edmonton Police Commission, the police service, just as they are for this City Council and administration. Our shared goal is to make Edmonton a safer place for everyone. Edmonton has made substantive progress in crime reduction in recent years compared with other cities across Canada. However, It's critical that we do not become complacent and rest on past successes if we want to make a difference in our city. First, there's a need for long-term solutions, the key social issues which drive crime rates in our city. Second, we must also recognize the essential need to prevent and respond to crime and disorder as they occur, and provide alternative pathways from the justice system to individuals who could benefit from that. Collectively, we will not be able to give Edmontonians the community safety they need and the sense of safety that they deserve if we do not meet these needs in a comprehensive way. It's no secret that policing in Canada and all of North America has found itself under a critical lens recently. We believe that the Edmonton Police Service, our EPS, can be a leader and a positive force for change in this regard. This is an opportunity to strengthen community connections with the police and to create a safer and more inclusive city for all. As a police commission, we recognize that policing must reflect the changing needs of the communities that it serves over time. The commission has been highly proactive in this space for the last 3 years. We started by hiring a chief to lead the commission's change mandate, which has resulted in organizational change to the service and the restructuring of some of the existing policing resources. This initiative was aimed to better manage the service demands of the community by balancing traditional enforcement with additional social supports. New plans and structures position EPS as a modern police service that puts community safety and well-being at the forefront, while also becoming more efficient in reducing crime and victimization. I want to assure you and the public that the Commission and the police service are deeply committed to community safety and well-being. This can be seen in part through the numerous and newly developed programs implemented by the police service over the past 2 years. These programs include Healthy Streets Initiative, the Human-Centered Engagement and Liaison Program, or the HELP, the Youth Engagement Teams, the development and creation of collaborative multidisciplinary teams. Part of this new effort also include broad and meaningful public engagement initiatives. The Commission and EPS are committed to gathering and acting on community feedback. In addition, part of the strategic approach of both the Commission and the Edmonton Police Service includes being there when police partners call for assistance for outreach or for specific incidents, while also being actively engaged with the community and our municipal partners. By using this approach, we can develop holistic solutions to improve the safety of everyone in Edmonton. Let me assure you that the Commission knows we're not done with this work, not by any means. We also know that in order to do this work, we must have a police service that is adequately funded to provide the community safety required by our city and its citizens. Having a suitably funded and community-focused police service designed to evolve and meet the changing needs of Edmonton and all of its citizens is a public good that serves us all. At its core, policing is about long-term solutions. The best way to ensure Edmonton Police Service is properly funded for the long term is through a funding formula. The funding formula would depoliticize police funding so that the service can focus on keeping Edmontonians safe. It would create stability and certainty by providing long-term funding to ensure the EPS can provide long-term solutions that are required to address the safety issues facing our city. In short, returning to a funding formula for EPS would allow better planning within a long-term budget cycle. We haven't yet had time to meet as a commission to discuss and analyze this proposed funding formula. But what I see is promising, and I will share that with my colleagues at our next meeting. If required, the Commission will be able to formally respond to the specific funding formula proposal after it meets again on the 20th of October. Thank you.
So that concludes the presentation. Good. Thank you so much, everyone, for we are, yes, we are at 3:26. So what we'll do is actually take a break here and come back at 3:45. Good. Thank you, everyone. Until then, we are on recess. Okay, everyone, would like to call this meeting to order. Do a roll call. Councillor Wright.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Knack.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Princeville. Councillor Stevenson.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Paquette. Councillor Tang.
Hello.
Councillor Hamilton is here. Yep. Councillor Rutherford.
Hello.
Councillor Salvador.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Cartmel.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Rice.
Here.
And Councillor Jans. And Councillor Paquette, are you there? Okay. All right, so questions to the administration and to delegation. Just to be clear, we will have one round of questions, and please focus your questions to clarify any question that you might have, clarifying information that's presented to us or any information that was in the reports. Not about what you want in the report, what you don't like or like, right? Just clarification on the information presented to us. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you, and I'm going to move very quickly through these, but do want to thank everyone who worked on this. I think it's a great starting point for a conversation, so thank you. My first question is linking to population growth, so understanding that will keep the per capita ratios the same. Were there considerations of, for example, dispatch calls for service in the formula? And looking for succinct answers, sorry, as I move through.
We did not consider dispatch calls because it would have created a volatility that would have been hard to respond to in a formula.
Well, in speaking to that, looking at population, what would happen in a case where an anticipated population actually decreases or a forecast isn't met and it's a lower population decrease? Doesn't that introduce uncertainty, especially with the review every 2 years?
So every 2 years, we'd true up the formula to reflect actual population, and we would incorporate that in a 2-year period going forward to smooth those impacts.
And if those were negative, if it was a decreased population?
So it would result, I believe it would result in the formula yielding 0% increase.
But not a decrease.
That's correct.
And so to that point as well, there's a comment that EPS will contribute to any citywide cost reduction strategies, but to your previous points, that's only in reducing increases rather than actually ever decreasing.
So I think what that would relate to is if we were running an initiative like we have in the past, that they would also participate and try to run a similar initiative.
Oh, so outside of the formula, they would be subject to citywide cost reduction strategies.
So I think the funding still gets determined by the formula, but they're asked to participate when we run a specific initiative.
Okay. The funding packages provisions, I'm just wondering who determines if a new policy or program leads to more policing needs?
I think the police, so that's why it's a service package. The police would assess whether something that was approved by council would lead to a greater demand in policing, bring that forward, and you have the choice to accept that service package or not, and to request the information necessary to make that decision.
And the annexation, would that not be captured in population growth? If we annexed a new area, wouldn't we have a corresponding increase in population that would cover that?
Stacey, I can manage that one if you want.
Yes, please.
That actually comes into play where you're talking about geography. Sorry, up here. When you're looking at annexation, it's not necessarily about population. It actually comes into geography as well, because they actually have to patrol a greater area, even though you don't have a lot of citizens out there. So it takes them a little bit extra time to get to certain calls.
Okay, then just in terms of precluding grants from other orders of government, does that, and also this definition of net expenditure for personnel, How do secondments fit into this? Because I know a lot of the funding that's received from other orders of government is based on secondments, which are direct staff costs. So if those grants increase to cover increased staff costs through negotiated settlements, for example, would we not sort of be double counting that if we're still holding the increase to cover negotiated settlements?
So I'll take a stab at this, and Jody can, Ms. Graham can correct me if I don't quite get this right. Because the increase is tied to expenditures, so while those are included, they're offset with their revenue source. If they lose the revenue source, the formula doesn't adjust automatically, and they either have to remove those expenditures to address the fact that because they won't want to run a deficit, and over time, that would correct itself.
But what if they increase the grants over time? I'll maybe just leave it there. I think the other question I'll finish on, I mean, there's so many, but just the reserve policy, will that come back into effect?
So we've made no changes to the reserve policy. It will just apply to this formula now.
And what's the historic, that 30% of net city's expenditure, what has it been historically?
So that has increased over time. So if I go back to 2010, it was 27.1%. And as of 2022, it was 30%. And it's fluctuated up and down in those time periods.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. I would please give about 10 to 15 seconds, at the end of your question for answer to administration. Councillor Salvador.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So just also go quite quickly here. For clarity, I think I heard the commission has not had a chance to meet and discuss the formula yet, but they meet on the 20th of October. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, great. Yeah, I just think it would be really valuable to have their input. So I don't know if the 7th is necessarily enough time for us. So I would just put that out there to colleagues as well. I'd like to see that bumped a little bit further back. But yeah, for questions, so the report says that the new formula is basically setting a 0.4% increase per year for police. But does that account for collective bargaining? My understanding is no.
That's correct. It does not.
Okay, so that could be more. And then just on the, I'm still thinking about the efficiency factor that was in the previous formula and how that allowed us to take into consideration our financial state, available funding, just expectations more generally for the service. And I saw that as, a release valve of sorts. What would be a comparable mechanism in the current proposed formula? Would administration point to the 30% cap, or what would be that mechanism?
So we would point to the 30%, the cap at 30% of total, the ratio of EPS expenditures to civic departments. And what that does is it makes it automatic and forces no increase when there are decreases in other civic departments.
Right, okay. And then I apologize, but with the 30%, so you're saying we're at 30% right now. So we've kind of hit that cap. It fluctuated, as you said, over the last decade or so. I'm going to just put a scenario out there. So if we were to basically, decide to fund something in a different department, say snow clearing, for example, for simplicity, say, $100 million, all on tax levy. Does that mean that the cap for EPS would grow by 30 million? Theoretically?
No, because the cap is determined on expenditures. So if you increased snow by, so it does mean that the cap would grow, but not necessarily proportionately. So in that scenario, the ratio would decrease. So you'd add 100 million to the 1.6 billion that I had in the slide presentation, which would lower the percentage to something under 30, and this formula still takes place. It doesn't automatically grant them an increase. It just doesn't cap the increase that they get under the formula, the nested formula for growth.
Okay. Um, okay, I think that makes sense. I guess, yeah, but then when I look at C in the actual formula, like that cannot be negative, right? So we're still looking at increases year over year, correct?
It can't be negative, but it can be a zero.
Okay. Okay, that's helpful. And then I also had a question just around decision points and public feedback. So there was, I think it was in point 6 of the policy statement that talks about the need to hold a non-statutory public hearing with respect to proposed changes. So am I correct in understanding that if we were to approve this formula and I guess if future changes were made, or even I'm thinking about future collective bargaining agreement or any cost discussed in section 3 would come forward, does that mean that a public hearing would be held at that time?
I think the intention of section 6 was to require changes to be put forward and allow for a reaction of the public. But I'm not sure that it is, in hindsight, I'm not sure it's even necessary. It might just be covered by the act, but I would maybe defer to Ms. Bluth to help me there.
I'd have to take that away, thanks. Or Ms. Jacobson, if she knows the answer to that, she can respond.
Yeah, it is not required by the Act to do public consultation. So you can build that into your policy if you choose, but it's not a requirement.
Okay, great. I'm out of time. More questions, but I'll save those for next time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Jans?
Thank you. To Ms. Padbury, could there be an inclusion of some sort of a modifier in terms of like a management cap, like not to exceed 1% of expenditures or 3% of expenditures on management?
So we did not look at that. I think police, so I don't want to speak for them. I'll let them jump in. But I don't have a good definition of management, which would be the issue that I would have in putting in the formula. And I believe they deal in terms of sworn and civilian.
So maybe let's come back to that, because that's something that has come up in feedback that I've heard, wanting to see more officers on the ground and fewer management, fewer upper ranks. Similarly, could we have some modifier about overtime? I know we spend a lot of money.
I think Councillor Jans will have that discussion on Friday.
So
today is just clarification on what presented.
I'm asking if these are permissible adjustments to a formula or not. Like, could we add in an overtime formula?
I think we'll focus that on Friday.
Is it, so it's permissible, but we'll talk about it Friday, or it's not permissible?
Okay.
Like, I'm trying to get, what should I prepare? If I have ideas for modifiers, what should I be bringing to Friday?
Got it. Okay.
I think it's your policy as council. So I think you have some degree of flexibility provided that you're within the spirit of the Police Act and the Municipal Government Act.
Okay, is there, say for instance, and just ballpark math here, if the total spend is going to be that 480 million, if we decide to say, call it the safety spend, 480 million, and take 400 of that and put it towards the police commission, and take the 80 million and put it towards para-police support, say COT teams, bylaw, 24/7 crisis support, is there still a way for us to call this the safety formula, but make adjustments? Like, can we invest in safety, but not necessarily have the check go to the commission? Could that be contemplated?
So I'll give my opinion and then open it up for lawyers. But I think at the end of the day, this formula is about the funding that you're providing to the commission to fund the service. I think one of our struggles is a broader community safety and well-being formula is something that one could contemplate, but certainly isn't what we were contemplating here.
Okay, so in other words, that would be, we would need to reduce the N for the police formula to a number, and then have that additional band, that safety formula, as an additional service package or an additional spend. That would be two separate items.
Yeah, so how we tried to contemplate that here was to allow a service package that in situations where Edmonton Police Service and the commission were willing to bring forward things in the community safety and well-being realm jointly.
Okay, and I would just add that we've kind of done that already, Councillor, with the community safety and well-being strategy and the funding that has been provided for that did not go to police.
Yeah. So did we get any feedback from other municipalities? I heard at AOMA from a councillor who said that the existence of the funding formula for Edmonton provides a negative whipsaw effect to their municipality, that it harms them in bargaining with their police, and they were worried about escalating police costs across Alberta because of this formula.
That's the first time I've heard that concern, but we haven't received anything from an administration perspective.
So no correspondence from the minister saying, you know, cool the jets?
Not that I know of, no.
Okay. So again, the commission hasn't seen this. They haven't had a chance. So where they've seen it, they haven't had a chance to provide feedback. So I assume at a minimum, I would concur with Councillor Salvador. We'd want to postpone this till after the 20th.
So for clarity, the commission and EPS has seen this. We've worked with them to develop this formula.
I'm sorry, then what was the clarification to Councillor Salvador? That
I think the commissioners have not had a detailed formal briefing on this at the police commission. We've been working with the commission for months on this. So it's a slight difference. But yeah, the governors at the commission have not been formally briefed on this since it's come out.
So who's recommending it then? The service?
No, I would say it's a combination of the Edmonton Police Commission, EPS, and administration, which is what we were instructed to do in the motion. But I get, given some of the compressed timelines, the commission hasn't had a chance to brief it formally to all of their commissioners in a format.
So that's interesting, because the commission recommends then the budget to council. So if the commission hasn't had a chance to go through it together, this may not be the recommendation of the commission. They may have a different recommendation, higher or lower or different.
Yeah, so I would characterize this as administration's recommendation. It's an administrative report, having worked on it with the Edmonton Police Commission and the Edmonton Police Service.
Got it. Thank you.
But one stage of their process is not finalized yet.
Good.
So how's the commission worked on it?
Sorry.
Okay.
Consular Wright.
Thank you. I'm sort of focusing on the guiding principles that led to the report here, mainly accountability and the certainty and predictability. So I guess maybe, Ms. Plouffe, can you, under the MGA or Police Act, it's council that's responsible to fund the police, but oversight for the police is the responsibility of the commission, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And then you did send some information, a couple of memos in regards to this. I just want to clarify this, just so we know what our options are. If we don't feel comfortable or receive the information that we're looking for today, we do have the right to refuse the funding, is that correct?
Well, I would say technically it's up to council to set a budget, but you would be offside the Police Act, which requires us to provide effective and adequate policing.
Okay. And if we don't, and I think we saw instance of that recently for transit safety from Justice Minister, is that right?
We saw an example of that in Vancouver. Is that what you're thinking of?
Well, I think Mayor Sohi received a letter from Minister Shandro in regards to that we have to provide more adequate transit safety or funding for transit safety.
That was different. That was more about having a plan in place.
Yeah, I think
having the plan. I'm sorry.
That was a
Okay.
request from the minister to provide a plan, which we did, and minister accepted that plan.
Okay. Okay. And if he didn't, then he can put into force whatever
The minister
policing he
has
wants?
broad authority under the Police Act to do many things.
Okay.
So set the
And-
budget, for example.
And cost is still borne by the city then?
I would say it would be.
Okay, okay. And I think you'd also mentioned in one of your memos about a judicial review.
Okay, we're getting into privileged information potentially. If you're looking for legal advice,
Okay.
I just want to caution.
Okay,
If you're heading into that direction, we might want to go in private.
okay. Well, I don't want to do that because then that will hold everything up here. Okay. Because then I'll steer clear of that. Maybe I'll get into the certainty and predictability, and I think everybody wants that in a budget planning. And I think part of, Ms. Padbury, that's why we set up a reserve fund, right? Just to sort of be that rainy day fund, is that correct? To cover any other costs that the police might ask for?
So, sorry, we have a financial stabilization reserve, which isn't used to fund police typically, but it is used to deal with emergent items on a one-time basis in advance of you establishing ongoing base budgets for issues that arise. The Edmonton Police Service has a reserve where any surplus they have goes into the reserve, but any deficit comes out of the reserve.
And I think there's currently a deficit in there right now, is there?
Go ahead, Rob. Yes, there is $2.9 million.
2.9, okay. And how does that work into the funding formula that's being proposed?
The operating reserve was never suspended like the funding formula was suspended, so we're still looking at ways of managing it with the reduced funding.
Okay. So it's not that we have to add the 2.9 deficit onto the funding formula that's being requested, okay. Yeah, so in regards to certainty and predictability, I mean, to be coming back and asking all the time for funding for service packages really isn't a lot of predictability and certainty for council and for taxpayers. So does the police have an actual budget that they present to you, to the commission on an annual basis?
So the commission and the service work together on the budget. And that's how we come up with a budget to present to council. As for service packages, I think if you look in recent history and what the service has been through, they didn't ask for a service package when dealing with COVID-19, and they didn't ask for a service package when dealing with the increased number of protests that happened in the city. So I think that speaks to their ability to manage the money that they have. So I don't think you're going to look at seeing a substantial number of service packages going forward, and the commission is very cognizant of budgeting and restraints that are facing the municipality right now, and we would put a very scrutinous eye on asks from the service.
I'm just looking at what's not intended to provide funding under the formula.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you.
All right, Councillor Cartmel.
Thank you. So first of all, the funding formula seems to be based on the net budget, the 407 number.
So it's nested now. So the formula is in two parts. And the growth part, the formulaic adjustment for population and inflation is calculated on expenditures, but it is added to the total funding net of revenues for police.
Okay. So I'm just kind of looking for consistency, because the 30% cap is on the expenditure number, which right now is the 484 number. The formula is on the 484 number, but reported against the net number.
So the way the formula works is we take $481 million in expenditures, we split it into personnel, and we grow that by inflation. That determines part of it. The other part is the roughly 18% of expenditures that grow with just inflation and not population. We calculate a number and we add that to the net operating requirement from the previous year.
Right, okay. I wonder if we can restate it so it's based on the 481 number or the expenditure number in the policy. I mean, it's math, but this is where the confusion's coming in for me.
It's math, but it will provide a larger number.
Well, I'm not saying change what you're doing, just is there a way to make
Clarify
reference to make reference to the expenditure number everywhere, as opposed to the net number in one place and the expenditure number in another place? You can.
Well, I think the issue that we have is we're determining the increase. And if that works out to be $7 million, we determine that increase by looking at expenditures, but we add that increase to expenditures less revenue. So it's like, we add that increase that is determined in reference
that
to
means that if-
expenditures to the tax levy
So if
funding.
revenues go down, then our actual increase would go up, because we're crystallizing the net, not the,
No, because every year the formula starts at what last year's formula ended at. So if revenues go down, police needs to manage the loss in revenue.
it's dependent on last year's actuals, not last year's budget.
What the last year's formula yielded.
Okay, I'm gonna have to run through it, because that's not making sense to me. It's not making sense. So a couple of other questions then, I guess, just quickly, sorry. The cap is based on something called net city operations. And so can you explain why we're using that as a basis for, like, there's a plus and then a minus thing that's going on here? Why didn't we just put it against total, like a cap it against the total budget? What's the thinking there?
So what we did was we tied the ratio to the other civic tax-supported departments so that as operational departments that are funded with tax levy decrease, that will force a lesser number here. And it takes out of the mix things like corporate expenditures, franchise fees, all those types of things.
Yeah, but it also takes out neighborhood renewal, according to the definition.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
We're tying them to the same, that's a way to
yeah.
force the same rules as other civic operating departments experience.
Well, then maybe we can get an actual layout of what the calculation is of, I'm sorry, none of this is making sense to me. I'll have to come back Friday, I guess.
Thank you, Councillor Cardinal. Councillor Tang?
Yeah, thank you. I think we all probably need more time to process this, and I had I read through all the reports, and I still haven't fully grasped sort of everything in the formula. But I will just focus my question on a few pieces. First, I want to understand the sequence. So, you've had all these workshops and meetings, and this is at the administration to administration level. So when we say the commission, it's not the commissioners, it's the administration, just to follow up on the previous line. Okay, I see some nodding. Yeah, so I appreciate that. And as a commission, the governors, you've had lots of conversations about, say, performance. You've had lots of conversation about annual reporting and constant review of the reports, as you indicated earlier under 7.1. Is that right?
That's correct.
And I had a motion previously about that conversation with this level of governor. Has that meeting been set yet? No, not yet. Okay. So, and then the governors of the commission haven't had a chance to formally look at this policy to make that formal recommendation to this level of governor.
We've been involved in the discussions, but we've not sat down to formally discuss the finalized product.
Right. And then for me, I think missing that piece about the conversation around performance between governor to governor at this level, I feel like there's an inherent disconnect, and I want to focus on that paragraph in the report. I know we've had lots of conversation about this. I understand there's a lot of complexity to tying performance to funding. And it says, while the metrics may not serve their intended purpose, I'm presuming from a budgeting perspective, but will be helpful to guide the community safety and well-being efforts. Am I understanding that correctly? Kind of that statement, that they may not serve their intended purpose for this budgetary, like this, when we're talking about like mathematical formula here in this conversation.
Yeah, so we're talking about a mathematical formula that applies some rules around growth. What we struggled with is tying any part of that formula to performance metrics. One, because we were unclear on which ones might actually be necessary to adjust the formula
Right.
to. Sometimes they went in different directions. and I would defer to police, but there are numerous performance measures
sure.
that might come into play.
Yeah, and I think it's just, we can't, I feel like we haven't had that conversation, at that governance level about performance in general. And that paragraph also talks about you feel like there's a need for more research. So I hear some openness, but do you have a sense of what kind of research? Is it like, looking kind of as per previous 7.1 item, is it looking at what other municipalities doing, maybe not just in Canada, but kind of globally around how this piece ties into police budget? I'm just curious if any kind of thoughts have been given to that.
I think I would just say that in the time frame that we had to bring you a revised funding formula, that we just didn't, it became obvious that we wouldn't be able to address that piece.
But potentially there might be an ongoing sort of efforts in the future. Okay, great, thank you. And then, so just so I'm clear, the upper limit, that 30% replaces the efficiency factor previously used. And that factor used to have, it can put some negative pressure on the amount, so like in negative. But if we're being replaced by the ratio, I guess I'm just wondering, like, at what point do things go negative? Or is it always going to be positive, or albeit sometimes maybe a smaller positive than?
I would say it doesn't go negative, but it can be zero, and it can be held at zero until the ratio comes back into the defined amount in the policy.
And then previously with the efficiency factor, does it ever go swing negative? Or is it also zero and?
So you're asking me about the previous funding formula?
Yeah, I'm just trying to understand kind of like what's different here.
So I think what's different is the lack of discretion. So in the previous formula, council could have required an efficiency factor, and you could have established that as a council at whatever number you would have liked that to be. It had been established at a lower number.
Okay.
But this forces it to be automatic.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. So this formula is actually very objective, and when we design a good formula and we try to use objective factors, I really see that reflected here. So I want to say thank you for that, and also minimize the subjective or uncertainty. And then if you look at from mathematics perspective, if you look at this formula, it's very clear defined. And I just have two follow-up questions. The first one, and for the first equation would talk about B. So that is previous fiscal year's funding. So I know for any budgets, we involved the actual expenditure, and also we involved forecast. So I would like to clarify this B refers to the actual spending from previous year, or is just the funding total and from previous year?
It is the amount determined by this formula in the previous year.
Okay,
Yeah.
so that is separate from actual expenditures.
Yeah, and actual expenditures, then if police, if they come in under budget, then that will go into their reserve, and if they're over budget, they must manage that from their reserve.
Okay, thank you for that, and then that makes sense to me. And so the next question is about the budget allocation, and then in your presentation, specific talk about a true-up required every 2 years. So can you explain that a little bit more? And from procedure perspective, how we allocate that budget and based on this formula?
So when we establish the 4-year budget, we will use forecasted numbers for inflation and population growth. 2 years into the formula, we'll adjust what is granted under this formula for what the actual experience would have been once we have population and inflation numbers as known items.
Okay, that's actually is a very good indication, and that is why the second equation and to support the first equation. Thank you for that. The next question is about the budget adjustment. So the budget adjustments, we talk about long statutory public hearing. And can you explain this a little bit more? In this adjustment to the funding formula policy, what does that specific mean if the adjustment is needed?
So if you wanted to have us revise the funding formula policy and make significant changes with it, our intention here was to have that somehow discussed and allowed for public feedback.
Okay, thank you very much. That's my question.
Thank you so much. Any other questions? If not, I have just a few questions to clarify. Councillor Cartmel, can you take the chair?
I have the chair.
Thank you. So 407 million is the base, right? But there's some volatility in that base of the photo radar revenue, which we would have to make up over the number of years, right? Is that factored into the 0.4 potential increase each year?
So what this formula does is it starts the, it starts at 407, which is the combined total of tax levy funding plus what police previously received.
Yeah, so
as
we
the
will,
22.3 million.
So instead of photo radar, we'll give them tax levy, right?
That's correct.
So, but we would have to make up for the funding shortfall in the photo radar because there's a deficit in the reserve and the revenue is declining. We would have to make that up, right, through a tax levy.
That is, and you have provided a motion to us to bring back strategies on how we would adjust that funding.
So 0.4% would be on top of that. That formula will.
Yes,
then,
those are separate things.
Okay,
What the formula does is keep police at the level of funding that they had previously combined in tax levy and photo radar.
Okay, got it. On the 30% ratio, if there's a reduction in say grant funding from the province, would we have to make it up to keep it at 30% or no?
30% is determined on expenditures only, so it doesn't contemplate revenue.
Okay, got it. And if there are contract negotiations that give raise on the personnel, and with that, the ratio will still remain at 30%?
So contract settlements come into the formula in that first formula.
Yeah.
But to the extent that contract settlements in following years create a distortion in the ratio, the funding will be limited until the ratio is back to 30%.
Got it, okay. Okay, and last one is, say, if a service package is approved, brought forward by commission to council approves it, that adds, say, $3 million additional. If it's ongoing service package, then it would still be limited within 30%. But the police budget would have to remain under 30% of the total expenditures. Or would that
Yes.
add? Okay, got it. Okay, good. All right, thank you so much for that. Really clarify some of my questions. Okay, we conclude the questions, so we will resume back on the October 7th. So that requires a motion, Madam Clerk, to postpone this item to October 7th.
So moved.
So Councillor Jans moved it. Need a seconder?
Second.
Second by Councillor Stevenson.
And is this the first or last item on your agenda on Friday?
This will be the first item on the agenda. First item on the agenda. Okay. Please. Oh, sorry, Councillor Paquette? You have questions on the motion?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So, just to be clear, EPC has not had time to look at this and discuss it. So the earliest I think their meeting is on the 20th. So while we meet to discuss on the 7th, does that necessarily mean we have to vote, or can we wait until we actually get feedback after that debate in order to inform our decision?
I think that's something that we would have to decide on during our discussion and debate.
So we can
on-
decide that on the 7th.
Yeah.
So the 7th doesn't necessarily mean that we must make a vote.
No,
Okay.
no.
And then the other question I had is, at that time, I'm just wondering if administration, for the sake of both counselor clarity and public clarity, can bring forward some examples of what this looks like. So then rather than just like looking at the formula and doing it in our heads, we can actually see how it would play out in real life under different circumstances.
I can bring back an example on Friday of how the formula actually calculates.
That's great. And I would suggest that more than one example is probably best for comprehension. Yeah?
Noted, yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you. Those are all my questions.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Any more questions? Seeing none, please vote.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. We have all the votes, Mr. Martin.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. So that concludes 7.2, 7 done, 7.4 done, 7.5 done, 7.6, 7.7. Now we have our in-camera meetings. Okay, can someone move that we go into private, please?
So moved.
Councillor Tang moved and Councillor Rice seconded it. Okay, please vote.
We're just waiting for one more vote. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. So I'll give you some time to clear out the chamber.
rather than rush to meeting, because you don't have all of your colleagues here, and I do think it's, not to speak for council, but there might be some inconsistencies in understanding about the expectations. Perhaps we just pass a motion to refer the remaining items over to the October 7th council meeting, and in between now and then, we can figure out when the best date and time is to have the items that were originally scheduled for October 7th moved to a future date. Does that work?
I'm okay with that, but there's 11 of us here. There's only Councillor Stevenson and Councillor Jan's missing. Right? But 11 are okay with it, right? Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Happy to schedule a special council meeting on the afternoon of the 21st.
Yeah. Okay.
We're back in public, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. I'll go to Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. So first is to move this to the, or refer this to the October 7th council meeting. Sorry, I forgot how to do my job. There we go.
Second.
So you're moving 9-1 and 9-2 over,
Yes, absolutely. Thank you.
as well as the motions
Yeah.
pending?
Of course.
Okay.
All of that is part of it.
Okay. Second by Councillor Rice. Okay, please vote.
We have all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the vote, please. That is carried. Okay. Go to Councillor Knack.
So I think we need to give permission for a councillor to make a motion to change the council calendar.
Yep.
So I'll give Councillor, I'm staring at him right now, Councillor Cartmel permission. I'll move a motion to give Councillor Cartmel the opportunity to make a motion without customary notice regarding the council calendar.
Okay, need a seconder?
Second.
Second by Councillor Rice to give permission to Councillor Cartmel to make that. Okay, please vote. Nobody will refuse giving permission to Councillor Cartmel.
How do you know what I'm going to move?
We have all the votes.
You voted on it. You vote all no. Okay, Councillor, please display the vote. Here you go. Okay, Councillor Cartmel.
Use wisely.
And the motion that Councillor Cartmel might want to make would be to call a special council meeting the afternoon of October 21st for the purposes of dealing with the matters originally scheduled for the October 7th council meeting.
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette.
Was more or less what I was going to say.
Okay. All right, so. Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Please vote.
We have all the vote.
Display the vote, please.
Got 2 months back.
There you go, that is carried. Okay, any notice of motions or motions without customary notice? No? We done that, but there was any, that's it, adjournment. We are adjourned.